Chapter 373. This is the second update. There was one update a minute ago. Don't miss it. 9 o'clock. The maneuver officially began. Zhuang Huayang, president of the Sky Academy, and Chen Songlin, president of the Deep Sea Academy, made the opening remarks of the maneuver on behalf of the two academies. Zhuang Huayang, dressed in a suit, held a microphone in his hand, smiled peacefully, but his eyes were full of worry. He looked at Dongqing Wudi, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "Everyone, first of all, let's welcome, Boom." The opening remarks of the maneuver were completely interrupted after just a few words. A deafening roar rang out without any warning, shaking the heavens and earth. A cannonball burning with black smoke and dragging waves of fire rose into the air in everyone's astonished gaze, and finally smashed into a teaching building of the Sky Academy. The seemingly old but extremely strong teaching building shook violently under the bombardment of the cannonball. Countless glasses were broken into pieces, and the whole building collapsed with smoke and dust in the loud bang. Dust flew everywhere. This shot was enough to explain one thing. The cannonball that smashed the whole teaching building was a real one. If this sudden shot fell on the stands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Countless people turned their heads subconsciously and looked around. What the hell is going on? Yi Fengcheng, the director of Huading Special Operations Bureau, who was sitting behind Dongqing Wudi, suddenly stood up. In his sight, an endless long line suddenly appeared on all the roads of the Sky Academy. The army in camouflage seemed to be pouring into the Sky Academy endlessly. Silence. They marched firmly toward the training ground of the Sky Academy. Yi Fengcheng was dazzled in front of him. He could not determine how many people there were in this army for a moment. 10,000? 20,000? Or 30,000? The dense army occupied every corner of the Sky Academy. Yi Fengcheng suddenly rose into the air, stood on a high place, and looked out of the Sky Academy. Boom! Another violent rumble rang out. The cannonball burning with black smoke once again smashed into the Sky Academy. This time, it fell near the training ground. The crowd was in a complete uproar. Yi Fengcheng, standing on a high place, also saw the other side of the river. In his sight, countless armored vehicles and tanks were neatly arranged by the river, and countless barrels were aimed at the Sky Academy. On the other side of the river, there were still soldiers getting out of the car and rushing into the Sky Academy along the bridge and road. Yi Fengcheng's heart sank. He was known as a madman, but at this moment, his whole body was ice cold. Countless soldiers began to rush into the training ground. Everyone was armed to the teeth and armed with live ammunition. More and more soldiers rushed into the training ground. A row, a patch, a square formation. The square formation slowly moved forward, growing larger and larger. However, the formation was not chaotic at all. It was strict and orderly. Gu Xingyun looked at this scene in a daze. At this moment, because of his injuries, he could be said to be in the weakest state of his life. Weakness could naturally affect his mental state. At this moment, as he looked at the increasingly large phalanx of troops, he stood rooted to the ground, unable to speak for a long time. The Sky Academy finally reacted. The big screen that was playing the maneuver area switched directly to the scene of the entire Sky Academy. In an instant, everyone saw the scene inside and outside the Sky Academy. The army. Weapons. Other than the army, there were only weapons. More and more armored vehicles and tanks lined up along the river. Some soldiers even set up rocket launchers nearby. More and more soldiers seemed to have no end at all. They rushed into the Sky Academy like a raging tide and a big wave. A large number of people began to gather at the training ground. A small number of elites occupied the arsenal of the Sky Academy for the first time. The people who guarded the arsenal were naturally experts. But in the face of such a large number of Zhongzhou state troops, they could not react at all. When they were hesitating whether to take action, they were directly overwhelmed by the rushing army. The arsenal was completely lost. So more main battle tanks and armored vehicles rushed out of the arsenal than on the other side of the river and rampaged through the entire Sky Academy. There was a buzzing sound in the base of the Sky Academy. Armed helicopters appeared at a low altitude and flew slowly. More advanced fighter jets rushed into the sky and rotated at a high altitude. Some professionals entered the missile center. In less than 10 minutes, the control of the launchable missiles in the Sky Academy had fallen into their hands. Boom! The third cannon sounded in the Sky Academy. The shell passed through the training ground of the Sky Academy and fell straight into the villa in the center of the academy. That was where Zhuang Huayang lived and worked. The whole villa exploded in an instant. In a mess, stones were flying everywhere, and the surrounding flowers and running water were completely gone. Zhuang Huayang did not panic or get angry. He held the microphone, and there was only amazement and a bitter smile on his face. But except for him, most of the people present were in a great panic and dignified state. This is the latest armor-piercing shell developed by the Dongqing clan. It has just served in Zhongzhou state for less than 3 months and is given priority to the Border Praetorian Corps. Its code name is Wolf Smoke. Its explosive power is about 5 times that of ordinary shells, and the explosion range is about 3 times that of ordinary shells. With less than 200 Wolf Smoke shells, artillery fire can easily cover the entire Sky Academy. Tianzong, what do you think? In the panic, Dongqing Wudi's voice sounded unhurriedly. He was not asking Gu Xingyun. He was asking Wang Tianzong. In an instant, Wang Tianzong did not respond, but everyone who heard this sentence nearby looked at Dongqing Wudi in disbelief. Countless troops gathered under the stage, almost filling the entire training ground. As far as the eye could see, there was a dense army, with no end in sight. Dongqing Wudi looked at Wang Tianzong quietly. Wang Tianzong's expression was still calm. He just nodded and said, "It's okay." "I think it's okay, too." Dongqing Wudi smiled and stood up directly in the front row. At the front of the square formation under the stage stood 4 fierce generals. The moment Dongqing Wudi stood up, the 4 stood at attention and saluted at the same time. Their eyes were so fanatical. Their voices were hoarse. Li Zhonghu of the Blood Battalion of the Border Control Corps pays respect to the Marshal. Sun Mengran of the Pegasus Battalion of the Border Control Corps pays respect to the Marshal. Wu Junyu of the Black Dragon King of the Border Control Corps pays respect to the Marshal. Guan Zhengjia of the Wild Sand Battalion of the Border Control Corps pays respect to the Marshal. Their voices were high and loud, as if they were roaring from the depths of their souls. Almost everyone present had heard of their names. They might not be as famous as the 4 famous generals under Dongqing Wudi's command, but in their respective legions, they were well-deserved backbone generals. Dongqing Wudi looked at them silently. He took a deep breath and raised his hand to salute. In an instant, thousands or tens of thousands of troops under the stage raised their hands to salute at the same time. This was an indescribable power. Tens of thousands of people raised their hands at the same time, and there seemed to be a storm in the whole training ground. The air was oppressive and suffocating. Only tens of thousands of soldiers raised their hands and looked at their marshal with fanatical faces. Dongqing Wudi. Gu Xingyun finally reacted. His face turned red and even a little purple in an instant. No matter what all this meant today, Dongqing Wudi mobilized troops into the Sky Academy and destroyed the maneuver of the special warfare system, which was tantamount to slapping Gu Xingyun in the face. His face was completely distorted in an instant. He struggled to stand up and pointed at Dongqing Wudi. "What do you want to do? Mobilizing the elites of the Border Control Corps without permission, are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing?" "I don't know." Dongqing Wudi slowly turned around, and his eyes were full of mockery. "But I know what I want to do." He stood on the stage with a calm expression, but his voice shook the sky and echoed over the whole training ground. "I don't care what bullshit rules you have. Today, I'm here, and my army is here. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I don't want anyone to hurt the people I care about. The maneuver can continue, but Tianlan must be alive. Today, I'll make it clear that whoever dares to hurt Tianlan, I'll dare to kill him. His eyes swept over Gu Xingyun, Wang Tianzong, and even Gu Hanshan and Wang Xingshao under the stage. Gu Xingyun trembled in anger. You want to commit treason. Bastard! You want to commit treason with the Border Control Corps? He suddenly looked at the square formation under the stage and said angrily, Are you going to betray Zhongzhou State with this madman? Betray Zhongzhou State? Dongqing Wudi's voice suddenly rose. He suddenly reached out and pulled his clothes, and all the medals flew directly into the sky. He reached out and pointed. The sword intent surged, and the medals suddenly lit up in the dim blue electric light. The National Medal. More than 20 years ago, the Li family changed dramatically. Heng State and Annan State joined forces to invade Zhongzhou State. Li Guangtu died, and the 120,000 troops of the Border Control Corps were almost wiped out. In that battle, I took 6,000 people of the Border Control Corps to kill 10,000 Super Master Army of Annan State and 3 large mercenary groups. My 6,000 people. I had over 20 wounds on my body in exchange for this medal. He pointed his palm again, and another medal lit up. 19 years ago, an important person in Zhongzhou State who had a close relationship with Kunlun City committed treason and fled to Heng State. I personally led the team and went 800 miles into Heng State and finally completed the beheading task. In that battle, more than 1,500 people of the Thunderbolt Battalion died. I was in a coma for 3 months, in exchange for this medal of courage. 15 years ago, Night Spirit invaded Zhongzhou State. I personally took my brothers and dragged Sky Spirit, an invincible realm expert of Night Spirit, to a small town in Nanyun. In the end, I got killed by the human emperor. In that battle, 800 people of the Border Control Corps became martyrs and became this Medal of Blood. 10 years ago, the rout of Rant's team lurking back to Zhongzhou State from Snow Country was exposed. The Black Dragon Army lost 2 divisions overnight and successfully supported Rant's team to return home. In that battle, the former commander of the Black Dragon Army, my brother Lin Yuatong, sacrificed himself to cover me. His body has not been found yet, so I got this Medal of Fortitude. 3 years ago, the 5 superpowers joined forces with Annan State to invade the border. More than half of the Thunderbolt Battalion was lost, and the Blood Battalion lost more than 8,000 people. The Border Control Corps collectively made first-class meritorious service, and the President personally awarded me the Red Star Medal. Dongqing Wudi's voice kept rising, echoing on the training ground like thunder. Every one of my 22 medals was exchanged with the lives of the Border Control Corps. I've been in charge of the Border Control Corps for more than 20 years, participated in 36 wars, and killed more than 100,000 enemies. What did I get in exchange for that? In exchange for hundreds of scars on my body, the sacrifice of tens of thousands of my soldiers, and these more than 20 medals. This is what the Border Control Corps and I have done for Zhongzhou State. Treason. Gu Xingyun, I and my soldiers are standing here now. Do you dare to face these medals and say that the Border Control Corps is going to commit treason? Gu Xingyun's lips trembled violently, and his face was livid. Kill! Tens of thousands of troops in the phalanx raised their guns at the same time and roared. Enough! Wang Tianzong, who had been silent, suddenly whispered. Dongqing Wudi narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Tianzong, who still looked indifferent. How many people? Wang Tianzong suddenly asked. Not many. Dongqing Wudi said calmly, 40,000 people. Not many indeed. Wang Tianzong nodded. If I want to kill him, 40,000 people can't stop me. You can try. Dongqing Wudi sneered, 40,000 elites in the Qi-controlling realm. Most of them may have no hope of breaking through the ice-condensing realm in their lives, but you are the Sword Emperor. Can you really break the domain formed by 40,000 people at the same time? Are you forcing me to take action? Wang Tianzong looked at Dongqing Wudi. I'm just teaching you what the overall situation is. If you dare to move today, 40,000 people can appear here. In 3 days, 400,000 troops can appear in Mount Dibbing. Even if I can't defeat your Beihai Corps, can't I destroy your nest? 40,000 people can't stop you, but if you move today, the Dongqing clan will fight you to the end at all costs. Dongqing Wudi's eyes were calm and crazy. He looked at Wang Tianzong and said word by word, even if my family is ruined. You're not afraid, so are they? Wang Tianzong's body seemed to shake, and then he sneered. Dongqing Wudi suddenly laughed wildly. He pointed to the 40,000 troops below the platform and laughed wildly. I believe in the strength of your sword, Emperor. But the 40,000 people here are all excellent soldiers who have risked their lives for Zhongzhou state. They stand here today. Even if they don't move, Wang Tianzong, you can kill them all, but how many do you dare to kill? The Sword Emperor drew his sword and slaughtered the soldiers of Zhongzhou state. He might still be the Sword Emperor. But he could never be the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou state again. Wang Tianzong narrowed his eyes tightly and remained silent. Dongqing Wudi didn't wait for others to test his determination. He suddenly turned around, looked at the platform below, and said in a loud voice, I'm Dongqing Wudi, your marshal, but what I say now is not an order. Now, I need someone to stand here and die for me. Who dares to die in the Border Control Corps? The silence lasted only a few seconds. The next moment, 40,000 people raised their guns without hesitation and aimed at Wang Tianzong. Their eyes were fixed on Dongqing Wudi, the invincible marshal in their hearts. It was a kind of almost irrational fanaticism and madness. I'm willing to die for the marshal. The uniform roar went straight to the sky, and the wind and clouds changed color. At this moment, in the face of the killing intent and will of 40,000 people, even the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou state seemed to have no momentum at all. Gu Xingyun slowly slumped into his chair. His face was livid. He gritted his teeth and said, Dongqing Wudi, you broke the rules. You must pay the price. Bah! Dongqing Wudi spat at Gu Xingyun and said with a grim smile, fuck you. Chapter 374. Everyone knew that this final maneuver would not end peacefully. However, no one could have imagined that the scene would be so explosive. He was willing to die for the marshal. This was not a slogan. This was the soul of the entire Border Praetorian Corps. No one would doubt their determination. As long as Wang Tianzong dared to draw his sword, 40,000 people, 40,000 of the most elite troops of the Border Control Corps, would definitely charge at the so-called Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou state without hesitation until all of them died in battle. The standing minister of the army headquarters of Zhongzhou state. The governor of Kunlun city. The patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai. It was the first time that the three giants, who could be said to be standing at the peak of Zhongzhou state, put their conflicts in front of everyone so fiercely. The three of them seemed to have no way out. But once they took another step forward, they would truly fight to the death. No one was willing to bear the consequences. Wang Tianzong looked at Dongqing Wudi quietly. Dongqing Wudi looked at Gu Xingyun with a ferocious smile. Gu Xingyun looked at Wang Tianzong with a livid face. The situation was subtle and deadlocked. The others sat in their seats with cold bodies, not even daring to breathe. No room for negotiation. After a long time, Wang Tianzong took the initiative to break the silence. What do you think? Dongqing Wudi glanced at him. His expression had already become calm, but his eyes still flickered with an extraordinary divine light. As the standing minister of the army headquarters of Zhongzhou state, he naturally had the power to transfer troops. But he transferred 40,000 of the most elite soldiers from the four armies of the Border Control Corps to Huading and directly surrounded the Sky Academy. While declaring force, Dongqing Wudi also mercilessly trampled on the rules. No matter what the result was, Dongqing Wudi had to pay the price afterward. He had taken a huge risk to get to this point. What other choice did he have? Wang Tianzong's eyes swept over Dongqing Wudi and fell on the endless 40,000 troops under the platform. The army stood motionless in absolute silence. Wang Tianzong looked at them one by one. From their eyes, he saw only unshakable toughness and persistence. A soldier should be like that. Such was the spirit of a soldier. The Border Control Corps was known as the most elite large corps in Zhongzhou State. And these 40,000 people could be said to be the most elite in the entire Border Control Corps. 40,000 soldiers, the weakest of whom were in the Qi-controlling realm. Dongqing Wudi was right. Wang Tianzong was invincible in the world and ranked first on the divine list. He could kill 40,000 people. It could be killed. But he didn't dare to kill them. Sword Emperor's sword was aimed at the most elite warriors of Zhongzhou State. Even if he only killed one person, under the watchful eyes of the public, it was treason. Absolute martial strength, deep foundation, and super strength could represent many things. But it couldn't really replace everything. Even Wang Tianzong had to abide by the rules. If he made a mistake, he had to pay the price. If he pulled out his sword today, Li Tianlan would definitely die. But in the face of the counterattack of the entire 40,000 troops, Wang Tianzong could not leave Huading unscathed without killing a single person, even if he was an immortal. If it really came to that, the Dongqing clan, which had already announced in front of everyone, would have no way out. While announcing the Wang family of Beihai's treason, the Dongqing clan was bound to mobilize all its troops to fight the Wang family of Beihai to the death. The Border Control Corps faced the Beihai Corps. The internal strife in Zhongzhou State and the civil strife in Eastern Europe would take the opportunity to cover Zhongzhou State, and the overall situation would collapse. At that time, the Dongqing clan would be ruined, which was the price the Dongqing clan had to pay regardless of the overall situation. But at that time, even if the Dongqing clan was destroyed, the Wang family of Beihai would not be much better. The Wang family of Beihai might become the next Li family, even more tragic than the Li family in those days. Wang Tianzong had a headache. At this moment, he finally found that Li Tianlan had become one of the most sensitive figures in Zhongzhou State. He affected the Dongqing clan. But the Dongqing clan could affect the general trend. Dongqing Wudi's strength was insignificant in Wang Tianzong's eyes. With his aptitude, it was not difficult for him to enter the invincible realm. But as he just said, over the years, countless wars and countless serious injuries had already worn out Dongqing Wudi's potential. The potential that was enough for him to enter the invincible realm had turned into more than 20 medals. Now Dongqing Wudi was in the half-step invincible realm. With Wang Tianzong's strength, he could kill him with one sword stroke. The problem was that Dongqing Wudi's strength was insignificant, but his identity made even Wang Tianzong feel pressure when facing him. He was one of the 9 directors of the Zhongzhou Decision-Making Committee, ranked 3rd, and the standing minister of the army headquarters. He was the actual supreme leader of millions of troops in Zhongzhou State, including the Navy, Army, and Air Force, plus the Special Forces. If it was during the war, Dongqing Wudi's power could be said to be second only to the president. He was the real number 2 figure in Zhongzhou State. Even in peacetime, his status was second only to the president and the prime minister. Kill him with one sword stroke. No matter how crazy Wang Tianzong was, he would not have such an idea. Wang Tianzong narrowed his eyes and glanced at Gu Xingyin calmly. He had already begun to calculate the consequences of the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City joining hands to make all the contradictions break out. If the two families really joined hands, it was not difficult to suppress the rebound of the Dongqing clan with absolute strength. Even if he killed Li Tianlan today and even fought his way out of the siege of 40,000 troops, the risk of the collapse of the Wang family of Beihai had been minimized with the support of the Special Warfare Group and the Southeast Group. If the two sides could really trust each other and join hands, the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City would definitely take out a lot of bargaining chips to calm the anger of the whole Zhongzhou state. The Southeast Group and the Special Warfare Group would be badly hurt. Some of the core technologies of the Wang family of Beihai would even be forced to open up. Even the control of the Beihai Corps would be given up by Wang Tianzong. As the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou State, he was likely to face more than a few years in prison. All this might be exchanged for the complete destruction of the Dongqing clan and the complete disappearance of the Li family. Was it worth it or not? Wang Tianzong looked at Gu Xingyun, trying to find a tacit understanding with him. Dongqing Wudi was also looking at Gu Xingyun. His look was flat and indifferent. He could think of what Wang Tianzong thought of. However, Wang Tianzong faced a huge temptation. He imperceptibly lowered the risk that the Wang family of Beihai would completely collapse after the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City joined hands. But no matter how low the risk was, it still existed. Dongqing Wudi had no way out. He was going to protect Li Tianlan today. If Wang Tianzong really dared to take action, no matter who he cooperated with, Dongqing Wudi would make him regret it for the rest of his life. Marshal Dongqing is too sensitive. Today is a normal maneuver. It's a competition between young trainees. Win or lose, life or death, and it's up to fate. I agree with you. No one outside the maneuver can interfere with the result of the maneuver. In an embarrassing silence, Gu Xingyun gritted his teeth, his face was livid, and he expressed his attitude word by word. No one spoke. But everyone who heard his statement was shocked inside. What he said couldn't be more obvious. Kunlun City had given up the plan against Li Tianlan. At least it gave up the plan against Li Tianlan in this maneuver. No matter what the result of the maneuver was, Li Tianlan would no longer face the pressure of Kunlun City. That's the best. Dongqing Wudi said indifferently. Wang Tianzong's eyes returned to calmness. Gu Xingyun kept taking deep breaths and clenching his fists. His body seemed to be trembling imperceptibly. Didn't he know that the Special Warfare Group and the Southeast Group had a great chance of winning? But he really couldn't afford such a big gamble. The strength of the Special Warfare Group was not weak. But Gu Xingyun was not as good as Wang Tianzong. A sword emperor of Zhongzhou state who was still at his peak might be able to break out of the encirclement after killing Li Tianlan. But once Li Tianlan died, a seriously injured god of war of Zhongzhou state would surely die without a whole body. Gu Xingyun had to give up the plan. He didn't want to let Li Tianlan go. But he didn't want to die either. Headmaster, what do you think? Wang Tianzong was silent for a while and suddenly glanced at Zhuang Huayang. I agree with His Highness Gu Xingyun. Zhuang Huayang smiled and said, the final maneuver is a normal competition. Anyone outside the maneuver who tries to interfere with the result of the maneuver is equivalent to destroying the future situation of the special warfare system of Zhongzhou state. His attitude was clear. But it was just a clear attitude from the position of the headmaster of the Sky Academy. But everyone knew what Wang Tianzong was asking. Zhuang Huayang was one of the big shots of the academics. President Li Huaqing of Zhongzhou state was the current leader of the academics. Dongqing Wudi transferred troops into the Sky Academy without permission. President Li Huaqing was the most powerful figure who had the most reason to hold Dongqing Wudi accountable. Wang Tianzong looked at Zhuang Huayang. Zhuang Huayang smiled faintly and kept his composure. The attitude of the academics was subtle, but it was obvious that they didn't want to give up the relationship with Li Tianlan. They wanted to keep Li Tianlan, but they didn't want to take too much risk. Therefore, the academics only vaguely expressed a certain degree of support for the Dongqing clan. Of course, it was only a very subtle support. The president couldn't completely stand behind Dongqing Wudi to support him, at least not now. Because there was no clear result of all these conflicts. The president was now visiting abroad. When the maneuver of the two academies was over and everything was settled, he would come back to clean up the mess. At that time, if the Dongqing clan couldn't hold on, then the implicit support of the academics would naturally disappear, and the president would stand in the position of Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai to suppress the Dongqing clan. But if the Dongqing clan could continue to be strong, then the implicit support of the academics would become real support. President Li Huaqing personally expressed his position, and Dongqing Wudi's private transfer of troops would be reduced to a small matter. Of course, no matter how this matter was reduced to a small matter, the Dongqing clan would hand over the leadership of the entire border control corps. Repetition, capriciousness, cooperation, betrayal, deal, balance, compromise, all the words combined in the general trend. In fact, there was only one word. Politics. Wang Tianzong took a deep look at Zhuang Huayang and slowly sat in his seat. The Sword Emperor never lowered his head. So he didn't speak. His meaning was obvious. He wouldn't take action now, but he still didn't give up the plan to kill Li Tianlan. Dongchen Wudi narrowed his eyes. He moved his body, stepped on the railing, crossed the air, and landed directly in front of Li Tianlan. The 40,000 troops turned around at the same time, and their eyes fell on Dongchen Wudi. Dongchen Wudi looked at Li Tianlan quietly. Li Tianlan and Dongchen Wudi looked at each other. There was no emotion or joy in his eyes, but there was a kind of look that Dongchen Wudi wanted to see the most. It was an indescribable intimacy. Li Tianlan's heart was unprecedentedly agitated. He heard Dongchen Wudi's declaration that shocked the whole audience. He heard the 40,000 troops' hot-blooded and heroic oath to die at the same time. That was the Dongchen clan's most frank and truest attitude. It was the greatest kindness. That kind of kindness wrapped around him so tightly that he almost couldn't breathe. It was not until this moment that Li Tianlan realized that his so-called hesitation and uneasiness were actually illusory. When the Dongchen clan really stood in front of him at all costs to block all the wind and rain, he had no choice but to accept all this. All the protection and all the responsibilities. The corner of Li Tianlan's mouth moved. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. He could only bow deeply to Dongchen Wudi. Dongchen Wudi reached out to hold Li Tianlan. He pointed to the 40,000 troops behind him and said calmly, "You don't owe the Dongchen clan anything. But you owe them." "Yes." Li Tianlan nodded, raised his hand to salute the 40,000 most dedicated and fanatical elite soldiers. The 40,000 people raised their hands to salute back at the same time. It was a silent and depressing picture, but also extremely restless and fanatical. It was silent, like a kind of inheritance. "I will give everything back to the Dongchen clan. No matter what you will lose today, Marshal." Li Tianlan put down his arm and looked at Dongchen Wudi's face, which looked a little young because of its cleanliness. "As long as I am alive, the Dongchen clan will never be dimmed in the future." His face was solemn. "This is my promise." "This shouldn't be your promise." Dongchen Wudi's expression was complicated. He patted Li Tianlan on the shoulder and whispered, "It should be yours." He paused and didn't go on. He just chuckled and said, "Come on, maneuver. As long as you can win, the Li family will completely usher in a new life today. Everyone participating in today's maneuver is your enemy. Come on. No matter what situation you are in, outside the field, tens of thousands of people's eyes will be watching you." Li Tianlan nodded. Wang Tianzong and Gu Xingyun also appeared in front of Wang Xingxiao and Gu Hanshan. "Dad, don't worry." Wang Xingxiao looked calm and firm. "I will do whatever it takes." Wang Tianzong nodded and said calmly, "Be careful. Destroy him." Gu Xingyun stood in front of Gu Hanshan and said in a hoarse and cold tone, "What's wrong with letting him live? Destroy him completely today. You must do it. Don't worry." Gu Hanshan whispered, "We can do it." This was also their confidence to participate in the final maneuver. After all, Li Tianlan was alone. And what he would face was the joint efforts of several teams. What Li Tianlan didn't know was that after he showed his invincible realm combat power, within a few days, Gu Hanshan had broken through from the stabilization phase of the Thunder-Shocking Realm to the peak of the Thunder-Shocking Realm. And Jiang Shangyu, who had been suppressed in the Fire-Flaming Realm for 3 years, also directly broke the realm. With the accumulation, he rushed to the stabilization phase of the Thunder-Shocking Realm in one fell swoop. When the three of them joined forces, they were definitely not weaker than Li Tianlan. Even if Li Tianlan had the invincible realm combat power, the three of them joined forces to win more than 60%. The three giants returned to the stands. Gu Xingyun waved his hand at Zhuang Huayang, signaling the start of the maneuver. Zhuang Huayang, who originally wanted to make an opening remark, suddenly didn't know what to say. He held the microphone, hesitated, and finally smiled, waved his hand, and said directly, "The maneuver begins." Maneuver content: strength is respected. Everyone entered the maneuver area at the same time. There were no rules and no time limit. Everyone hunted freely with their own means. The individual and the team that won in the end would be the first place of this team maneuver. A maneuver content without the slightest reason. All the trainees silently entered the dense forest on the edge of the maneuver area from different directions. Li Tianlan's heart was like a raging fire, but his face was as cold as ice. He entered the maneuver area. For a moment, almost all the cameras were capturing Li Tianlan. Because he was the only villain in this maneuver. Li Tianlan's figure, standing quietly, appeared on the big screen. The maneuver area was very large. There were roads all around him, and there were no enemies. To the left? Or to the right? Under the gaze of all the people on the high platform, Li Tianlan reached out and casually broke a branch on the tree next to him. He held the branch in his hand. His posture was like holding a sword. The next moment, all the people on the high platform suddenly stirred. In the uproar, not only Gu Xingyun, but even Wang Tianzong suddenly stood up from his seat. Chapter 375. Li Tianlan didn't know how many people were watching this maneuver. Those who were at the scene couldn't be there because of other things, but they still paid attention to this place, as well as other forces outside Zhongzhou State. This could be said to be the most boring maneuver since the establishment of the Sky Academy and the Deep Sea Academy. But it could also be said to be the most widely watched maneuver since the establishment of the two academies. In the past, the team maneuvers were all exciting from the beginning. Alliances, cooperation, betrayal, conflicts, battles, dozens of teams, all kinds of plots were constantly staged. The maneuvers were always changing at a fast pace. It was difficult to guess the real result until the last moment. But this maneuver was completely different from the past. This was the one with the largest number of teams abstaining from the maneuver, the one with the fewest participants, and the one with the simplest and clearest positions of the students. There was no multi-party game in this maneuver. There were only friends and enemies. Dozens of teams in the two academies, most of them abstained. Only 7 teams participated in this maneuver, with a total of 106 people. East Emperor Palace, Phantom Palace, 3000 World, Gile Peak, Blizzard, Elite, and Giant Whirlpool. The 6 teams had a total of 105 people. East Emperor Palace had only 1 person. Between friends and enemies. Such a contrast meant that this maneuver would either have the highest death rate in previous maneuvers or the lowest death rate in previous maneuvers. In the team maneuver, each person had 10 credits. Abstaining, serious injury, and death were all credits. If Li Tianlan alone defeated everyone, the accumulated credits plus the 2,000 credits of the first place in the maneuver would be more than 3,000 credits. These credits would be counted in East Emperor Palace, and eventually exceed the sum of all the credits of the other 3 forces of the young generation. At that time, the final maneuver would end early. In other words, the competition for the first place in the maneuver would end early. This was indeed a very boring thing. But boredom was also worth paying attention to. Everyone was concerned about the grievances between the Wang family of Beihai, Kunlun City, and the Li family. They were concerned about the life and death of several young heavenly sons in Zhongzhou State. They were concerned about the turmoil after the giant group, the Southeast group, and the special warfare group completely fell out with each other. They were concerned about the potential of several young people who would become the peak combat power of Zhongzhou State 20 years later. This maneuver was boring, but it was exciting enough. Li Tianlan could almost feel the pairs of eyes falling on the big screen outside the maneuver area. Behind those gazes were enemies, friends, possible investments, and uncertain murderous intents. If he could defeat the 6 great teams today, he would have the qualifications to obtain a higher status than everyone else in the 6 great teams combined. The Li family was still there. Li Tianlan, who had shown enough strength and the strong support of the Dongqing clan, would bring real confidence to countless people. At the very least, he would no longer be the young man who only had potential but no support in the eyes of others. Behind him was the Dongqing clan. From the moment the 40,000 elites of the Border Control Corps rushed into the Sky Academy, Li Tianlan knew that the future of the Dongqing clan, like the future of the Li family, would become his responsibility. He couldn't escape, and he couldn't. He had to carry the Li family and even the entire Dongxing clan with his sword. He knew his sword would. But the others didn't know. Therefore, in this maneuver, Li Tianlan wanted the whole world to see his sword. A sword was a sword. There was nothing to hide. The dense forest in the maneuver area was extremely quiet. This area was very large, but there were very few participants. It was difficult for people who entered the maneuver area from different directions to gather at once. Students participating in the maneuver were allowed to bring cold weapons into the field, but they were not given any firearms, ammunition, or communication devices. All the weapons and communication devices were scattered in the maneuver area. The weapons were taken by themselves. Not long after Li Tianlan moved forward in the woods, he saw a sniper rifle and a few bullets casually thrown on the grass. Li Tianlan didn't even bother to look at it. He stepped on the sniper rifle and continued to move forward. The maneuver of the two academies was still carried out according to the previous ancient rules. But the students participating in today's maneuver were all real experts and elites. Few of them could use guns. And they were dealing with Li Tianlan. At Li Tianlan's level of strength, only a few special weapons and ordinary high-power sniper rifles could pose a certain threat unless the muzzle was pointed at Li Tianlan. Less than a dozen meters ahead, Li Tianlan found a military multi-channel communicator. The communicator was on. Li Tianlan adjusted several channels. After getting no news, he crushed it. He stood where he was and began to think about what he would do if he were Wang Xingxiao and Gu Hanshan. The maneuver area was too large for people to gather for the time being. Although communication equipment could be found on the ground, it was difficult to contact each other through multiple channels. The most important thing to do was naturally to gather. Everyone had seen the environment of the maneuver area on the big screen. The woods, the pool, the warehouse, and the teaching building. The jungle environment was similar, so the gathering place couldn't be here. The pool was in the forest, neither too big nor too small. Even those who were familiar with the Sky Academy could not locate it accurately for a while. Only the teaching building and the warehouse, which were next to each other, were located in the center of the maneuver area, which was the easiest place to locate. The most likely gathering place of the 6 teams could only be the warehouse and the teaching building, which were almost next to each other. The other side had an absolute advantage. Gathering people together first, distributing communication equipment, and completing the grouping, spreading out to search with the warehouse and the teaching building as the center was the most reasonable arrangement. It could even be said that it was the only arrangement that could be done. Li Tianlan looked around and suddenly smiled. The jungle was very dense, and the surrounding environment was almost the same. Only the sun in the sky could distinguish the direction. Judging from the scale of the maneuver area, it would take at least 2 hours for the other side to gather everyone together again. At this time, Li Tianlan could almost walk through the entire maneuver area alone. Li Tianlan gently raised the corner of his mouth. He shook the branch in his hand to the sky. The gently swaying branch appeared on the screen in front of stand number 3, almost occupying the entire screen. The uproar on the stand had not dissipated. Wang Tianzong and Gu Xingyun stood expressionlessly, looking at the screen in front of them. Beside them, Dongxing Wudi suddenly laughed wildly after a brief surprise, baring his teeth and brandishing his claws. Everyone was looking at the screen. Everyone, including the 40,000 elite soldiers, looked as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone saw Li Tianlan's sword, even his invincible realm, and his road to the Chosen One. From this moment on, the name of the Chosen One seemed to have become really undisputed. The premise was that Li Tianlan could survive. Wang Tianzong slowly sat down, his face silent. He found that he had underestimated the young man after all. The big screen was divided into countless small screens. There were figures flashing on each small screen. Wang Xingxiao was rushing forward. Gu Hanshan was charging forward with all his strength. Li Tianlan was also moving forward quickly. Everyone was charging in the same direction. What was reflected on all the small screens was a tense and silent picture. But all of this lost its meaning in Wang Tianzong's eyes. In his eyes. This high-profile maneuver. From the moment Li Tianlan stepped into the maneuver area. From the moment he broke off the branch. The outcome was already doomed. I'm really stupid today. Really? I'll write less today. My mind is in a mess, and I'm in a bad state. I've stayed up late for more than 2 months. I feel that I need to adjust my schedule. Chapter 376. The dilapidated warehouse and the abandoned teaching building were hidden in the middle of the dense forest. It was rarely visited, and it was eerily quiet. This was the first teaching building and warehouse of the Sky Academy when it was first established. Later, as the two academies recruited more and more people, the teaching building and dormitory area of the Sky Academy were constantly expanded, and the location was also changed. When Zhuang Huayang became the headmaster, this place was officially abandoned, and the whole area nearby was also isolated by the forest, becoming one of the candidate areas for the two academies' team to perform. It had just rained. The sun on the horizon shone through the shadow of the dense forest. The dense forest was very dense, so the sunlight in the forest looked like a belt of light all over the dense forest. The rain and dew in the forest had not dried up. The rain and dew on the grass and treetops slowly slid down and fell to the ground. The sound was soft and a little dull. There was no sound of insects in the forest, and it was silent. He carefully moved forward in the forest. All the vague sword intent covered his whole body, and only occasionally a faint blue arc of light flashed on his body. In front of him, the gap between the trees was getting wider and wider. He walked carefully, and the warehouse and the teaching building had already appeared in front of him. He took a deep breath gently. Instead of relaxing, his face became more cautious. He looked back at the road he had walked all the way. The forest was a little wet after the rain last night, but he left no footprints along the way. But some of the exposed grass was destroyed and fell to the ground. He frowned and flicked his fingers. There was a sound of ice freezing in the air. The ice that suddenly appeared was very thin, and it turned into some water droplets in an instant. The water droplets fell evenly on the grass behind him. The water vapor was dense, and there were raindrops on the grass. He watched quietly until he could not find any traces of his passing, and then he was relieved. The teaching building and the warehouse in front were still quiet. He lowered his body and moved faster, but his movements became more cautious. He began to charge forward. Ice and fire bloomed around him at the same time. The raindrops on the bushes and treetops dripped down as he moved forward, and were immediately replenished by the dew formed by the ice cubes. Along the way, he did not leave any traces behind him at all. He moved forward 500 meters. The forest became sparser, and the warehouse and the teaching building became completely clear. The forest also came to the edge. The vigilance in his eyes did not fade at all, but became clearer. He did not know what was in the warehouse and the teaching building ahead. It might be one of his own. But it was also possible that they were enemies. He only had one enemy, but it was so powerful that he had nothing to say. In this extremely intense but simple maneuver, as the side with more people, the meaning of the warehouse and the teaching building was self-evident. This was the best and easiest rendezvous point. But their enemy. The enemy who was only 22 years old but already had invincible combat power. With his strength, he had no doubt that the enemy would not have the courage to rush here directly. He stopped and began to move horizontally at the edge of the forest, carefully observing every area and every tree. A scratch suddenly appeared on one of the thickest trees nearby. There were a few small spots below the scratches. His brows furrowed, and his entire body relaxed. This was a team maneuver of more than 100 people against one person. Under the circumstance that no communication equipment was allowed, everyone entered the field in different positions. Before a complete communication network was established, their team advantage was actually not great. It could even be said that they were fighting on their own. Without any equipment that could communicate at any time, some simple markings became the most efficient method of communication. There were 4 types of signals. It was simple. A scratch represented a leader. A simple point represented an ordinary elite. A question mark meant that no target was found. An exclamation mark meant that the target had appeared in the marked position. Now, what appeared on the tree trunk was a scratch with 6 dots. Their appearance here completely showed that a leader and 6 elites had already assembled in the teaching building and warehouse area ahead. There were only 3 so-called leaders in this maneuver: Wang Xingxiao, Gu Hanshan, and Jiang Shangyu. The others were all ordinary elites that could be represented by 1 point. Now one of the 3 leaders had arrived at the rendezvous point ahead of the 6 elites, but there was no battle. This was almost the first step for them to integrate the advantages of the team. He chuckled softly. His entire body relaxed as he subconsciously took a step forward. What do these symbols represent? A voice suddenly sounded, soft and gentle. This voice was so abrupt and so close that it almost sounded in his ear. In a situation where he was not mentally prepared, this voice carried an incomparably strong sense of horror. An indescribable chill instantly rushed from his feet to his brain. His scalp was numb, and his whole body instinctively burst out the lightning and sword intent that had been accumulated in his body for a long time. Dense bolts of lightning with sharp sword intent appeared in an instant. His somewhat plump figure immediately turned a deep blue. However, before the deep blue had time to spread, a soft wind cut through the air. In his sight, a slender but weak branch waved over casually. It was a branch that was casually broken off from a tree. The branch was very thin, soft, and long, and there were even a few leaves on the front end. The dew on the leaves had disappeared, but the leaves were still wet and looked extremely green. The branch, which seemed to be unable to withstand any force, casually waved into the lightning. In silence, all the sword intent suddenly dissipated, and the lightning that had not had time to spread disappeared in a trance. The slender and weak branch fell on his shoulder. When the branch waved over, it was very weak. When it fell on his shoulder, it was also very weak. But in his feeling, the branch was as heavy as a mountain, and it suddenly and directly destroyed all his defenses. Bang! Under the great pressure, his body uncontrollably knelt down on one knee. Crack! His thick and powerful arms suddenly snapped, and the bones in his shoulder were even more so shattered. The branch was still quietly placed on his shoulder. Because it touched something, the flexible branch bent. The wind blew over, and the green leaves on the branch swayed gently. He looked at the branch with a dull face, and even forgot the pain. He had no idea where the force that completely crushed him and directly destroyed his arm came from. The lightning completely dissipated. The sharp pain finally began to spread from his shoulder. His eyes darkened, and his face was pale. In his somewhat blurred vision, a figure was standing quietly in front of him, putting the branch on his shoulder, looking at the scratches and 6 small spots on the trunk in front of him. Black trousers, casual leather shoes, short hair, and a white shirt. He stood quietly, not arrogant, not strong, not fierce, but with a kind of indescribable evil, like a demon. He didn't get an answer, so he casually answered, took back the branch, and asked again, "What do these symbols represent?" Li Tianlan, he tightly covered his broken arm and laughed bitterly. Looking at the enemy who appeared beside him out of nowhere, he only felt that everything around him seemed too unrealistic. Li Tianlan glanced at him and seemed to feel that the fat man in front of him was a little familiar. He raised his eyebrows and said, "What's your name?" The fat man didn't say anything. Under the huge gap in strength, he didn't even feel humiliated, only astonishment and disbelief. In a trance, he still remembered the entrance maneuver in the spring 3 years ago. When he first saw Li Tianlan in the entrance maneuver, although he was kind, he still looked down on him. It had only been 3 years, but the other party even forgot his name. Master of the thunder-shocking realm? He suddenly felt that in the eyes of the other party, he was a nonentity of the thunder-shocking realm. "I'm Fan Haoyu," the fat man said in a low voice. "We've met before, the entrance maneuver. And the final battle of Heaven Capital." Fan Haoyu, a senior student of the Sky Academy. In this team collaborative combat maneuver, he was the elite leader of one of the 7 teams. "Oh," Li Tianlan said, thought for a moment, and said, "You're Yuedong's friend." He shook the branch in his hand, thought again, and added, "You're the son of Minister Fan Tianin." Fan Tianin. One of the core figures of the Southeast faction, the minister of the Ministry of Security of Zhongzhou State. Yes. Fan Haoyu looked at Li Tianlan calmly. He used to be familiar with Li Tianlan. He was still familiar with him now. But the natural position was there. No matter how familiar they were still enemies. "Your father saved your life." Li Tianlan said, "I won't kill you. But Minister Fan owes me a favor. After the maneuver, I'll get it at the right time." His tone was flat without any ups and downs. The corner of Fan Haoyu's mouth moved, but he didn't know what to say. Li Tianlan's tone was too flat, as if he said that Fan Tianin owed him a favor, and then he really owed him a favor. He didn't say what would happen if the Fan family didn't admit it. He went to ask for a favor. If he couldn't get it, he could pay with his life. Fan Haoyu experienced Li Tianlan's style for the first time. He was not arrogant and domineering, nor was he hysterical. He was calm and indifferent, but he had an irresistible strength. "Your people are good at hiding. I came all the way here, and you're the 5th person I met. It's a little less." Li Tianlan raised the branch in his hand and scratched the thick trunk with the mark. The branch bent without any force. But the thick tree shook violently, and then suddenly cracked. The trunk tilted to both sides, and the almost completely invisible sword intent swept through the whole tree. The lush canopy. The straight tree trunk instantly turned into countless splinters. Before the debris fell to the ground, it had completely disappeared in the air. Fan Haoyu only felt a tingling in his scalp and asked subconsciously, "Where are the other 4 people?" Li Tianlan walked past him and said lightly, "They're not very lucky. None of them has a father like your father." Fan Haoyu sat on the ground in a daze. The moment the branch in Li Tianlan's hand broke his countless thunder sword intent, all his toughness and pride seemed to have completely disappeared. Looking at Li Tianlan's back walking into the teaching building, he didn't feel the so-called humiliation, but the most helpless powerlessness. Li Tianlan continued to move forward. When he was about to walk out of the woods, he saw a marked tree again. It was also a scratch. However, there were slightly more dots at the bottom. Li Tianlan didn't know what these marks represented. But now he was sure that these marks represented the way other teams contacted each other. This also meant that the teaching building and the warehouse in front were no longer in a state of no one, and even had traps. For Li Tianlan, it was enough to know this. Li Tianlan walked out of the edge of the woods in silence. There was an open space outside the edge of the woods. The warehouse and the teaching building stood there quietly, in silence. The morning sun shone unscrupulously on the open space, bright and warm. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes, glanced at the warehouse and the teaching building, and went straight forward. The branch was still in his hand. He raised his hand and casually pulled off a green leaf from the branch. Wang Xingxiao could clearly see Li Tianlan's movements. There was no distance in the world of binoculars. Looking down, Wang Xingxiao could even see every expression on Li Tianlan's face and count every leaf on the branch in his hand. But there was no joy or excitement on his face. "He's coming." Wang Xingxiao held the binoculars and said in a flat tone. "So fast." Jiang Shangyu, who arrived almost at the same time as Wang Xingxiao, was meditating. Hearing Wang Xingxiao's words, he opened his eyes in astonishment. "Mount Han hasn't arrived yet." Wang Xingxiao put down the binoculars in silence and said nothing. He knew that Li Tianlan would definitely choose to come here, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. If Li Tianlan had come 10 minutes later, they would have been more prepared. "I can hold him for a while." Behind Wang Xingxiao, a burly young man stood up and said calmly. "Ma Xue." Wang Xingxiao frowned and wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. "There's no other way." The young man said calmly, I'll take my people to hold him. When all our people are here, the rest is up to you. Your role is not to be the vanguard. Wang Xingxiao said. Neither are you and Jiang Shangyu. Chen Moshue said blandly. He was burly and strong, but his name was a little feminine. But in this session of the two academies, no one dared to look down on him. He was a young genius who was only slightly lower than Song Ci and Jiang Shangyu in the hearts of the higher-ups. He was the leader of the Deep Sea Academy and the Blizzard. At the same time, he was also a young genius who approached Wang Xingxiao without hesitation after Wang Xingxiao joined the Shadow Organization. Even though he knew that Li Tianlan had the combat capability of the Invincible Realm, he did not flinch at all. In this maneuver, his role was equally crucial. Except for them, no one knew what they had prepared in this maneuver to deal with Li Tianlan. The three young chosen ones were indeed a luxurious lineup. If they cooperated well and stood on top of each other, they would not be weaker than Li Tianlan. But not weaker than Li Tianlan was not their goal. What they wanted was to win. So in this maneuver, in addition to the three young chosen ones, Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai also prepared two sets of sword formations. The sword formation of Kunlun City was famous in the Dark World. But this time, one of the two sets of sword formations belonged to the Wang family of Beihai. Chen Moshua's role. He was the core figure in the sword formation of the Wang family of Beihai. The Wang family of Beihai had the Heaven Punishment Troop, which represented the most elite and terrifying conventional force of the Wang family of Beihai. In this maneuver, the sword formation of the Wang family of Beihai came from the Heaven Punishment Troop. This was also one of the trump cards of this maneuver. The Heaven Punishment Sword Formation. One Sword Punishment. Chapter 377. The land from the woods to the warehouse was flat and empty. There was only breeze and sunshine in the morning of Huading. The sun fell on this empty flat land. Light and shadows coexisted, and it was eerily quiet. Li Tianlan stood at the edge of the woods and stared calmly at every corner nearby. This maneuver was simple to the point of boredom but destined to be bloody. Because there were only enemies, it was impossible to waste too much time. Unless Li Tianlan wanted to hide in the dark and attack them one by one. Li Tianlan didn't want to waste time. He didn't want to waste time. And Wang Xingxiao, who had an absolute advantage in strength and number, obviously didn't want to waste time. This was the best place for the maneuver. Li Tianlan silently adjusted his breath. He held the soft branch in his hand. The branch was very long, and its tip hung on the ground. He took a step forward. The branch with its tip hanging on the ground rubbed against the ground. In an instant, there seemed to be the sound of thousands of long swords being unsheathed echoing between heaven and earth. The branch rubbed against the ground with the sound of metal rubbing. For a moment, in different corners of the warehouse, the teaching building, the flat land, the woods, there seemed to be different people drawing their swords. They drew their swords, but there was no sword energy. Only a sword intent that was so indiscernible that it could not be felt swept across the entire space. On the teaching building, Wang Xingxiao, who was holding a telescope, suddenly stiffened on the spot. The sword intent swept past him. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xingxiao's breath began to fall rapidly from the peak to the bottom, and then disappeared completely. His breathing was slowing down, and even his heartbeat became indistinct. Jiang Shangyu stood near Wang Xingxiao and also suppressed all his aura. The branch was still rubbing against the ground. The sword intent that filled every corner of heaven and earth kept spreading, gathering, and spreading. The completely uncatchable sword intent kept flowing between illusion and reality. Li Tianlan moved faster and faster. Crack! In front of Wang Xingxiao, the famous sword of the Wang family of Beihai, Firmament, which weighed hundreds of kilograms, shook. Wang Xingxiao's eyes focused, and he held the sword hilt tightly. The heavy sword suddenly became stable in the invisible sword intent all over the sky. The illusory but real sword intent spread through every floor of the teaching building. It seemed to find nothing and finally left the teaching building slowly. Wang Xingxiao's breath began to rise again. He held the sword hilt in his hand and looked at Jiang Shangyu. Both of their eyes were solemn. Invincible realm experts were never afraid of ambushes. Within the range of their domain, nothing could hide. The same was true for invincible realm experts who did not cultivate the domain and took another path. Wherever their sword wills passed, they could also see through any disguise. Li Tianlan had the combat capability of the invincible realm. In terms of the quality of sword intent, he was already in the invincible realm, so he naturally had some invincible realm means. However, his realm was still a little low, so his sword intent couldn't find Wang Xingxiao and Jiang Shangyu, who had hidden their breaths. But how could the others hide? Li Tianlan kept moving forward. He had already reached the flat ground between the forest and the warehouse. The sound of soft branches rubbing against the ground grew louder and louder. Wang Xingxiao's face darkened. He hesitated, picked up the walkie-talkie, and was about to say something. Li Tianlan suddenly lifted the branch that was rubbing against the ground. In an instant, the illusory sound of countless swords being unsheathed suddenly disappeared. However, the sound of a sword being unsheathed could be heard from every corner of the warehouse. Swords flew out uncontrollably from the surrounding dark corners. Behind each sword was an elite that was lying in ambush in the corner. Snap! Li Tianlan flicked the leaf he had picked from the branch into the sky. The leaf was swaying in the air. At this moment, Wang Xingxiao, who instinctively felt that something was wrong, subconsciously raised his binoculars and looked at the leaf that was flicked by Li Tianlan. The leaf was very small, green, and soft. There was no killing intent or sword intent floating in the air. Wang Xingxiao suddenly realized that he seemed to be retarded for a moment. He suddenly lowered the binoculars and tried to lock on Li Tianlan. But Li Tianlan had already disappeared. His speed of advance had not been fast, but the moment when countless swords flew into the sky, his body directly tightened. He strode wildly. Unimaginable power seeped into the ground from his feet. The whole warehouse and the teaching building seemed to be roaring and trembling. Li Tianlan moved like lightning and rushed directly to the corner closest to him. Everything happened in a flash. A hand reached out from the corner. He seemed to realize that his sword had flown into the sky and wanted to reach out to grab it. But the hand he grabbed was the other hand. Their hands were clasped together as if they were shaking hands, but the huge force unhesitatingly broke his arm, pulling up the elite member of the Blizzard team who had been hiding in the dark. Li Tianlan's expression was calm and indifferent. There was no fanaticism, no ferociousness, and no killing intent. He was just calm, indifferent, and superior. He clenched his fist. He waved his fist. Under the severe pain, all the fierceness of the elite of the Blizzard broke out completely. His long sword, which was brought into the sky by Li Tianlan's sword intent, had fallen. The elite of the Blizzard suddenly roared, his whole body tightened, and the scorching temperature spread all over his body. The moment he fell into Li Tianlan's hands, he did not show the slightest timidity. He seemed to want to fully break out his strength of the fire-flaming realm and fight desperately. The temperature was rising. His body glowed with light. But it was not fire. It was extremely red and mournful blood light. Li Tianlan punched him directly in the heart. Amidst the muffled sounds, every muscle on his enormous body seemed to burst into a bloody mist. The blood mist rose. Li Tianlan loosened his hand and kicked him away casually. This kick seemed to be very light because it was too casual. But the elite of the Blizzard who was kicked away seemed to have a bomb hidden in his body. All the power burst out in his body. His body flew up in the air, and before it landed, it was directly shattered into pieces of flesh and blood. Everyone saw this scene through the big screen. The entire grandstand was in an uproar. Those who could come to watch the maneuver were not ordinary people. At least the death of a person would not make a fuss. But the elite students in the maneuver of the two academies were kicked into a pile of flesh and blood. Such a cruel method still shocked everyone. Everyone seemed to feel Li Tianlan's suppressed anger and resentment. But on the screen, his eyes were still calm. The rain of blood fell behind him. Li Tianlan took a step and changed his direction. Like a phantom under the sun, he silently rushed across the distance of tens of meters and appeared in another corner. In another corner, an elite of the shadow organization had gotten up and was ready to move, but there was a shadow above his head. He looked up in astonishment. From bottom to top, he did not see Li Tianlan's calm and indifferent face. In his sight, there was only a foot that was getting bigger and bigger. The lines on the sole of the leather shoes were constantly magnified in his eyes. Bang! Li Tianlan stepped his head into his chest with one foot. Blood spurted out from his body like a fountain, streaked across the sky, and left a string of blood sparkling with dreamy colors in the sun. The long sword that was guided to the sky by his sword intent finally began to fall. Li Tianlan moved. The open space in front of the warehouse moved, and the atmosphere suddenly changed. The scorching sun did not seem to rise, but the surrounding environment directly became extremely hot. A deep and steady voice abruptly resounded in every corner of the vicinity. Shadow, blizzard. Formation. Li Tianlan paused for a while and slowly raised his head. The still bright but dazzling light shone down from the sky. Invisible heat waves continued to rise, and the sky became blurred. The heat twisted the air, and everything in sight became vague. On the flat ground, countless fallen leaves were set on fire in the blazing sword intent and rushed to the sky. The fire began to occupy all consciousness. Amidst the countless fluttering flames, a verdant green leaf was leisurely descending. It fell in the twisted air. It fell in the burning leaves. It was still falling. It kept falling. In the maneuver area where the heat waves were rising, the air was slightly twisted. A burly and handsome figure appeared above the warehouse. He stood in the air, holding the broad-bladed long sword in his hand tightly, and his breath was wild. The moment his figure appeared, the whole sky seemed to be on fire. The dazzling blue lightning lit up on his sword edge and danced wantonly. The fire and lightning intertwined wildly, rising in every corner and occupying all the space. There was fire everywhere. There was thunder everywhere. The sword intent whistled. Above the light, there was only a cold and arrogant voice resounding on the flat ground in front of the warehouse and on the number 3 stand through the big screen. Chen Moshua, leader of Blizzard, send your highness to hell. Boom! Fire and lightning interweaved, occupying everyone's field of vision as they fell from the sky in a frenzy. Li Tianlan could not see Chen Moshua, who was going to send him to hell. Chen Moshua could not see Li Tianlan either. But the sword intent of the fire and lightning had already enveloped everything. So what if he could not see it? He raised his long sword high, and his voice shook the sky. Kill! Crack! Wang Tianzong sat in his seat without any expression. His eyes were still calm, but his palms were exerting force quietly, and he unconsciously crushed the armrest of his seat. Heaven Punishment Sword Formation. It's Heaven Punishment Sword Formation. On the stand, next to Zhuang Huayang, the principal of the Sky Academy, a very senior old general cried out involuntarily. Heaven Punishment Sword Formation, one sword to kill the sky. No one thought that there was anything exaggerated about this statement. The Heaven Punishment Troop could be said to be the most elite conventional troop of the Wang family of Beihai. When the whole troop gathered, its deterrent power was even far greater than that of ordinary invincible realm experts. The number of people in the Heaven Punishment Troop was always controlled at 300. Every time one person died, another person would be added. There were always 300 people, no more and no less. But these were 300 people with the lowest strength at the peak of the fire-flaming realm. The Heaven Punishment Troop consisted of 5 people in a squad, 15 people in a squadron, and 150 people in a battalion. There were 20 squadrons in total. The Heaven Punishment Sword Formation was a sword formation on the scale of a squadron. Each squadron could form an independent Heaven Punishment Sword Formation, but independent sword formations could be connected with each other through special sword intent. When the whole heaven punishment troop gathered together, 15 people in a formation, 20 sword formations were connected with each other, and the sword intent of 300 experts with the lowest strength at the peak of the fire-flaming realm gathered into one sword. Why couldn't that sword strike kill the sky? This is indeed the starting move of the heaven punishment sword formation. The old general stared at the screen intertwined with fire and lightning and laughed at himself. The Wang family of Beihai really put in a lot of effort. Although the number of people in this group is small, their average strength is very good, almost as good as the formation of the real heaven punishment troop. Is it useful? Zhuang Huayang sat quietly and looked calm. Those involved can't see clearly. It's a pity. The old general was stunned. He subconsciously glanced at Wang Tianzong and Gu Xingyun not far away. The two most powerful men in Zhongzhou state looked tense and expressionless. On a small screen that was temporarily separated from the big screen, Gu Hanshan was rushing to the warehouse at full speed with dozens of elites. Indeed, the old general nodded. It's a pity. Fire and lightning intertwined like a waterfall. The messy sword intent kept gathering in the waterfall like light curtain, getting stronger and stronger. The light filled every corner. In the shadow. In the corner. One by one, the elites who ambushed around the warehouse in advance slowly appeared. Led by Qin Mashue, 15 elites with the lowest strength at the fire-flaming realm quietly surrounded Li Tianlan in the center. Your Highness, please go to hell. In the waterfall like light curtain, Qin Mashue's voice shook the lightning and raging fire. Countless sword intent condensed into a sword. The sword light and the light curtain intertwined. With his voice, the violent light curtain tore the sky in an instant and roared down like a furious dragon. Your Highness, please go to hell. Your Highness, please go to hell. There was a ripple in Li Tianlan's eyes. The ripple gradually expanded and finally turned into a touch of arrogance. The arrogance turned into a wild laugh. The wild laughter penetrated the light curtain and sword intent, with an indescribable frivolity and violence. Send me to hell. Who deserves it? Li Tianlan laughed wildly and reached out his hand. He put his fingers together like a sword. Under the mighty light curtain, an extremely bright and dazzling light suddenly appeared. Who deserves it? Boom! The wild thunder was mighty, and the lightning, which had almost faded from blue to pure white, was constantly blooming in Li Tianlan's hands. 24 moves of sword. The first blade, Wuji. The moment the Wuji sword intent appeared, the sword intent changed instantly. The first blade turned into the fifth blade. The fifth blade, flying snow. It never snowed under the July sun in Huading. But a bone-chilling killing intent and brutality suddenly spread out with Li Tianlan as the center. The fifth blade turned again. The 16th blade, wild thunder. Amidst the bone-chilling coldness, the sound of thunder reverberated throughout the world. Li Tianlan's palms suddenly closed. He clenched his fists. A punch hit the sky. Boom! The first blade, the fifth blade, and the 16th blade. The sword intent of the three swords were connected. The completely blazing white lightning was released wildly with Li Tianlan as the center in an instant. The blazing white lightning tore the light curtain with sharp sword intent. A wave of air swept across the flat ground in front of the warehouse. The wave of air swept across the edge of the forest with the vast lightning. With a loud bang, countless trees turned into powder in an instant. The chaotic light was dissipating. The moment the light curtain of the heaven-punishing sword formation was broken, Chen Mashue's calm voice sounded, with a touch of determination and tragedy. Heaven punishment. After the light curtain collapsed, it was the sword. More than a dozen sword intents gathered into a giant sword phantom hundreds of meters long. Chen Mashue of the Blizzard team, with a sword, merged with the giant sword phantom in an instant. He and the sword became one. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a brilliant flowing light flashing under the bright sun. The flowing light was silent, but with overwhelming killing intent, it rushed directly to Li Tianlan. The flowing light was tall and broad. Its tail was still in the sky, but its front had already reached Li Tianlan. Chen Mashua's figure merged into the flowing light, and the sword intent was bursting. Li Tianlan, whose eyes were completely wild, still reached out his hand. He opened his 5 fingers. The sword intent flowed in his 5-finger sword, subtle but extremely fierce and violent. The 21st blade, Shatter of Land. The subtle sword intent instantly rushed up to the sky. Li Tianlan suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, the flowing light and the sword intent rushing up to the sky shattered and exploded. Endless light swept across the sky and the earth. In the chaotic light and shadow, Li Tianlan's palm kept moving up. The sword intent of the flowing light pierced his arm, and his palm was covered with blood. Blood gushed from the corner of his mouth and dripped on his white shirt, like a blooming plum blossom. The shatter of land and river and the heaven punishment. Chen Mashua's figure held the sword in the air and stabbed straight down. Li Tianlan's palm rose. At the moment when his sword intent broke out, Li Tianlan grabbed his neck fiercely. "Do you deserve it?" Li Tianlan grabbed Chen Mashua's neck and asked in a cold tone. Chen Mashua looked at Li Tianlan, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, in disbelief. At this moment, he was not thinking about why he failed. He suddenly thought of a very ridiculous question. Li Tianlan broke the heaven-punishing sword formation with his bare hands at the cost of injury. But before that, he clearly saw the branch in Li Tianlan's hand. If that was his weapon, where did the branch go? Chapter 378. Chen Mashua had thought of many possibilities. Li Tianlan was very strong. He had the combat capability of the invincible realm at the age of 22. In this maneuver, no one was his opponent in a one-on-one fight. Chen Mashua knew very well that even if he had the heaven punishment sword formation, it would be difficult to send Li Tianlan to hell. After all, his strength was a little weak. The strength of the members of the sword formation was also a little weak. The real heaven punishment sword formation was centered by a real expert at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, assisted by 2 experts of the thunder-shocking realm, and other experts of the fire-flaming realm. After the sword intent was condensed, the heaven punishment sword formation was almost no less than the full blow of the top expert of the half-step invincible realm. Now the strength of the heaven punishment sword formation formed by Chen Mashue was uneven. He himself was also a long way from the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. In such a sword formation, the sword move he exerted was at most infinitely close to the half-step invincible realm. Naturally, such a sword move could not kill Li Tianlan. But according to Chen Mashua's expectation, this sword move could at least seriously injure Li Tianlan. After all, according to the information they received, Li Tianlan had fought Gu Qianchuan and Gu Xingyun a few days ago. He was injured and was not in his peak state at all. Even if Li Tianlan broke their sword formation, he was bound to pay the price. Chen Mashue had thought of too many scenes after Li Tianlan was injured. At the moment, Li Tianlan was indeed injured. Blood flowed down the corner of Li Tianlan's mouth. The sword energy of the heaven punishment sword seemed to tear the skin on his arm. The red blood spread along the cuff and dyed Li Tianlan's entire palm red. Li Tianlan's essence, qi, and spirit did not decline at all. Instead, he became crazier and colder. He exerted a little force in his palm, grabbed Chen Mashua's neck, and lifted him up directly. Chen Mashua's face gradually turned purple, and he had difficulty breathing. He struggled subconsciously. In his sight, Li Tianlan's eyes were bloodshot, and the blood densely occupied the whites of his eyes. His eyes were scarlet. It was an indescribable violence and demonic. Wild, cold, fierce, irritable, without the so-called reason and thinking. At this moment, Li Tianlan was full of an indescribable strangeness and demonic nature. Chen Mashua spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to laugh, but he was extremely aggrieved. What had the heaven-punishing sword formation, which was regarded as one of the trump cards of the drill, done? It just left some superficial injuries on Li Tianlan. Oh, maybe he even broke a branch? This was the result of the battle. What made Qin Mashue most aggrieved was that the so-called Heaven Punishment Sword formation was just a starting move. The sword formation had just been formed when it was broken. No words could describe the absurdity in Qin Mashue's heart. When the shadow of the giant sword pressed down on Li Tianlan like a flowing light, the sword intent of the shattering land was released in his hand. It was so subtle, yet so fierce and fast. The blood-stained palm tore apart the sword intent of the giant sword in an instant. When the Heaven Punishment Sword was about to reach its peak, the palm directly grabbed his neck and pulled him down. Heaven Punishing Sword. The light curtain at the beginning was not, nor was the shadow of the giant sword. The real Sky Punishment Sword was Qin Mashue's own sword as the core of the sword formation. The sword was interrupted by Li Tianlan at the most subtle moment when it was close to the peak. The slightest error could lead to a huge error. It was so exaggerated that it was like a coincidence. What was more exaggerated was that Qin Mashue did not feel Li Tianlan's sword intent or his power during the whole process. It seemed that the other party just stretched out his hand, and then everything was over. How did you? Li Tianlan's palm was getting tighter and tighter. Qin Mashue held Li Tianlan's palm tightly, and his voice was hoarse and distorted. Li Tianlan glanced at him. His eyes were cold and indifferent. Li Tianlan lifted Qin Mashue's hand and suddenly smashed Qin Mashue's body into the ground. Plop! It was not the dull sound of the body falling to the ground. Li Tianlan took the opportunity to smash Qin Mashue's body as if it had been smashed directly into the water. A faint blue light appeared on the ground silently. The light continued to refract, spread, and converged with each other. That was the most violent lightning. But at this moment, the lightning was like water gathering, hard and soft. Countless rays of light intertwined into the water surface, which dissolved most of the power that Li Tianlan had exerted on Qin Mashue. Blood kept gushing from the corners of Qin Mashue's mouth. The Heaven Punishment Sword was interrupted by Li Tianlan at the most subtle moment. The sword intent did not pour out, but directly exploded in his body. Li Tianlan's power, which had been dissolved by more than half, rushed into his body and directly destroyed the balance in his body. Qin Mashue's face was pale, and his aura declined in an instant. The Heaven Punishment Sword did not seriously injure Li Tianlan. Instead, it directly made Qin Mashue lose his combat capability. The water waves gathered by the lightning were still surging, wrapping Qin Mashue and spreading up along his legs. Li Tianlan loosened his hand and turned around abruptly. At the end of the water and lightning, Wang Xingxiao, the heir of the Wang family of Beihai, slowly walked over. The heavenly son of Beihai, who had always been modest and gentle, had no smile on his face at this time. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were cold. He held the broad and heavy sword tightly in his hand, and his whole body was surging with sword energy. Li Tianlan's scarlet eyes immediately locked on the vital parts of Wang Xingxiao's body. Let him go. Wang Xingxiao gently raised the giant sword in his hand, looked at Li Tianlan, and said in a calm tone. Boundless sword intent whizzed around him and gathered toward the ether sword in his hand. He looked straight into Li Tianlan's eyes, with an irresistible toughness and majesty. Li Tianlan's scarlet eyes grew crazier. He put his palm on the top of Qin Mashue's head. The water-like lightning continued to spread along Qin Mashue's body. Li Tianlan's palm also lit up with a touch of blue, and then it turned into blazing white. The blue water waves and the blazing white sword intent, one above the other, were in a stalemate with Qin Mashue's body as the battlefield. Qin Mashue's face suddenly twisted, as if he was suffering great pain. Let him go. Wang Xingxiao's eyes grew colder, and the surging sword intent around him had a touch of killing intent and mania. He had to keep Qin Mashue alive. Qin Mashue was different from ordinary elites. In fact, although his talent was not as good as that of the real young chosen one, it was not much worse. In the vast Deep Sea Academy, except for Jiang Shangyu's 3000 World and Song Sea's Phantom, the Blizzard was the most powerful organization. Qin Mashue took the initiative to approach him, and the Wang family of Beihai had no reason to let go of such a talent. This was the era of the Chosen One. But under the brilliance of the chosen one, other people might shine. In the era of Wang Tianzong, Li Kuangtu, and Gu Xingyun, there would also be figures like Dongqing Wudi, Situzang Yue, Gu Qianchuan, and the Nirvana sword master of Mount Shu. With Chen Mashue's talent, 10 years later, he could definitely grow into a top superior of the half-step invincible realm. Such a person would definitely be the most important in the team Wang Xingshao would set up in the future. You? Li Tianlan looked at Wang Xingshao and sneered. His voice was a little weird, a little stiff and hollow, but it sounded from all directions, grand and indifferent. Wang Xingshao glanced at Qin Mashue. The two looked at each other for a moment. Li Tianlan suddenly raised his palm. The blazing white lightning gathered in his palm. 21st blade, shatter of land. Kill. The moment the sword intent broke out in Li Tianlan's palm, Wang Xingshao suddenly raised the giant sword in his hand. Chen Mashue's face was completely distorted, and he suddenly roared. The lightning and water waves that wrapped his body faded. Chen Mashue's whole body was spurting blood. The blood shone with a mournful red luster, with wisps of sword intent. That was the sky-punishing sword intent that exploded in Chen Mashue's body. In an instant, the sword intent in the blood and the water-like lightning blended with each other. In every corner, the elites of Blizzard and Phantom drew their swords at the same time. Wang Xingxiao's figure appeared in the sky, and the dark giant sword pointed at Li Tianlan with a cold light. In an instant, it seemed that all the sword intent madly gathered toward Wang Xingxiao's body. Sky punishing. Wang Xingxiao's loud and majestic voice rang out like thunder. The surging sword intent rose from the bottom to the top, and the whole world turned into a dazzling blue in the blink of an eye. The roaring thunder rolled down from the sky. The sun retreated under the blue sword intent, and it rained heavily in the sky. The blue sword rain. Li Tianlan broke Chen Mashue's sky-punishing sword formation. But Chen Mashue was still there, and so was the incomplete sword formation. Wang Xingxiao's appearance directly replaced Chen Mashue as the new core of the sky-punishing sword formation, and Chen Mashue, who was seriously injured, became a support with the remaining sky-punishing sword intent. This sword strike was abrupt and violent. The sword rain fell and gathered. Wang Xingxiao's figure was getting higher and higher, and this sword was out of everyone's sight. His figure disappeared in an instant. The torrential rain directly gathered together with the messy sword intent. The sword rain merged, and everyone's sword intent completely gathered together, turning into a beam of blue light that was so bright that it could run through the sky and the earth. One end of the beam was the sky. And the other end was Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan suddenly put his hands together. The sword intent of the shattering of land kept blooming between his hands, and the blazing white light intertwined in front of him, turning into a light curtain. The torrential rain turned into a beam of light, and the beam of light shone straight down and fell on the light curtain. The whole light curtain suddenly shook, and a lot of blood spilled behind the light curtain. Li Tianlan's blood. Boom! Countless sword intents surged together and exploded directly. The blazing white light curtain was shattered in an instant, and the beam of light formed by the sword rain completely disappeared. In the messy light and shadow, Li Tianlan's clothes were completely torn, and his whole body was covered with blood. His face was pale, and a wound on his forehead kept spurting blood. The blood covered his face, making him look extremely ferocious. Ah 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 ah! Li Tianlan's eyes were scarlet, and he suddenly roared. He suddenly tore off his torn shirt and roared with all his strength. Blood flowed down from his body. At this moment, Li Tianlan was like a wounded beast, with no sense left, only madness. The sword intent of the shattering of land flowed in his hands and changed instantly. The 14th blade, slaughter. The crazy killing intent spread all over the sky with the awe-inspiring flashing sword light. The shattering of land was the sword of shattering. The 14th blade was the heart of slaughter. The two sword intents merged with each other and superimposed to form a new sword. The 17th blade, Azura. All the blood dripping down from Li Tianlan's body floated in the air at the same time. The blood gathered into a scarlet sword in front of him. Li Tianlan, who was like a bloody man, suddenly reached out and held the blood sword in his hand. In an instant, the endless blood-colored sword light suddenly burst out. The sword light rose above the ground, like a bloody tide surging with killing intent. Wang Xingxiao's figure appeared in the sky. He held the hilt of firmament tightly with both hands and fell straight down from the top. His figure was so far away, so clear. There was no sword light, no faint blue. There was only one person and one sword. Falling. Sprinting. His speed was getting faster and faster. The dark firmament rubbed against the air, igniting flames, and then the flames were extinguished under the high speed. A sword intent so grand that it almost didn't exist directly covered with Wang Xingxiao's figure. A faint blue dot burned on the blade of firmament. Twinkle, twinkle, twinkle. The flickering blue dot was very small, but it was as grand as the whole sky. It wasn't that there was no sword intent between heaven and earth. All the sword intent turned into heaven and earth with this heaven punishment sword. The bloody tide rose against the sky. Li Tianlan was as ferocious as a devil and as crazy as a Jura. The heaven punishment sword intent that covered heaven and earth fell directly into the bloody tide. Wang Xingxiao's figure was surrounded by the blood-colored sword light, but for the first time, it was so clear and so majestic. The faint blue dot on firmament became brighter and brighter in the bloody sword light. The half-style samsara he wanted to cultivate failed, and he was seriously injured. Under such circumstances, with the help of the heaven punishment sword formation, this could almost be said to be Wang Xingxiao's strongest sword. The sword intent continued to stack and condense, and this sword steadily entered the half-step invincible realm. It was not an ordinary half-step invincible realm. This was equivalent to Wang Xingxiao's full strength after he entered the half-step invincible realm. It was like heaven and earth were squeezing at the same time. The blood-colored sword light stagnated. The faint blue dot on the blade of firmament expanded instantly. This sword was like heaven and earth, like eternity. The huge blade collided with the bloody sword condensed by blood. The picture seemed to freeze for a moment. The faint blue was no longer flashing. The bloody light was no longer restless. Without a sound, all the sword intent and sword chi shattered one after another. A fierce storm suddenly rose on the flat ground in front of the warehouse. The storm surged and exploded in absolute silence, and the aftermath swept through every corner of the battlefield. Chen Mashue, who was seriously injured and was about to leave the battlefield, and more than a dozen elites of Shadow and the Blizzard were all swallowed by the storm in an instant. The chaotic bloody light rose in the storm, and the broken limbs and corpses were completely broken in the storm. The storm continued to sweep across the flat ground and rushed into the dense forest. Countless trees were uprooted and broken in the air under the storm. The sword intent was still raging. Boom! After the silent destruction, there was finally a deafening bang. Wang Xingxiao and Li Tianlan spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. With Li Tianlan as the center, the hard and flat ground suddenly collapsed and became a deep pit. Water stains appeared in the deep pit. The water stains turned into streams and quickly filled the whole pit. The flat ground turned into a pool of water. Li Tianlan's figure was directly blasted out nearly 200 meters in the broken sword intent. He smashed through the thick wall of the warehouse and disappeared from everyone's sight. Wang Xingxiao's figure rushed into the dense forest uncontrollably. A pair of palms suddenly appeared from behind and grabbed Wang Xingxiao. Under the huge impact, the two of them retreated nearly 20 meters before they stopped. Wang Xingxiao spat out a mouthful of blood again. His face was pale, but his eyes were unprecedentedly cold. What's going on? A voice sounded behind Wang Xingxiao. Wang Xingxiao looked up at the person. The person who caught him was Gu Hanshan, the young master of Kunlun City. The three young heavenly sons had completely gathered. Wang Xingxiao gritted his teeth and stood up, saying with a smile, Li Tianlan lost. He could be sure of his injury, and he could also be sure of Li Tianlan's injury. One was Li Tianlan without the abnormal protection of the cloud silk robe, and the other was not in the peak state. Facing his peak sword strike, it could be said that both of them were injured. Li Tianlan could still fight. So could Wang Xingxiao. But at this moment, Wang Xingxiao had Gu Hanshan, Jiang Shangyu, and dozens of elite soldiers from the two academies by his side. No matter how strong Li Tianlan was, how could he win when he was seriously injured? Chapter 379. Wang Xingxiao and Gu Hanshan looked in the direction of the warehouse at the same time. The warehouse was very large. The sunlight cast a large shadow around the warehouse. In their sight, there was a huge hole with a diameter of nearly 10 meters in the thick wall. There were dense cracks around the hole, which was the trace of Li Tianlan's body crashing into the warehouse. Wang Xingxiao moved his body. When he was about to speak, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His body trembled slightly, as if he was suffering great pain. He injured Li Tianlan with the Heaven Punishment Sword, but Li Tianlan's sword intent in his body also detonated the injury of trying to practice the half-reincarnation for several days in meditation. Wang Xingxiao's aura suddenly became weak. Wang Xingxiao felt a little regretful. He felt that he had really overestimated Li Tianlan, or underestimated Gu Qianchuan. Even the last invincible realm expert on the holy list was still an invincible realm expert. It should be no problem for him to suppress Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan destroyed one of Gu Qianchuan's arms. How good could he be? Wang Xingxiao decided to practice the half-reincarnation in the last few days of the maneuver because Li Tianlan's extreme strength disturbed his mind and made him instinctively ignore the price Li Tianlan had to pay to do all that. Now it seemed that the price Li Tianlan paid for destroying one of Gu Qianchuan's arms was more serious than everyone thought. The treasured cloud silk robe was damaged. Li Tianlan himself was also seriously injured. At this moment, Wang Xingxiao suddenly questioned himself. If he hadn't practiced the half-reincarnation a few days ago, he wouldn't have participated in the maneuver with serious injuries. In this way, the Heaven Punishment Sword just now would have been more powerful. Would a stronger sword directly take Li Tianlan's life and decide the result of the maneuver without Jiang Shangyu and Gu Hanshan's intervention? Wang Xingxiao raised his arm and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was injured and couldn't exert all his strength. He was seriously injured by my sword just now. Now he is no longer a threat. Wang Xingxiao said calmly. The Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City united and turned the triennial event in Zhongzhou State into an undisguised murder. At this point, no one had a reason to retreat. The firmament in Wang Xingxiao's hands suddenly shook. He looked at the broken hole in the warehouse wall and said in a calm but firm tone, "So, let's end this quickly." The firmament was dragged on the ground. Wang Xingxiao held the hilt and rushed forward. The heavy sword's edge rubbed against the ground violently, causing sparks to fly. The sparks then turned into flames. It turned into raging fire, and finally into lightning. Wang Xingxiao's speed was getting faster and faster. He was sprinting with all his strength. The firmament sword rushed out of the forest, into the flat ground, and rushed to the warehouse. Wherever the huge blade passed, it left a huge ravine that was hundreds of meters long. The lightning was like water, wrapping Wang Xingxiao up. The waves surged up and down. Extreme softness. Unyielding. Gu Hanshan followed closely beside Wang Xingxiao. Compared with Wang Xingxiao, whose sword was only violent and fierce, his momentum was grander and more gorgeous. One sword wheel after another spun crazily around him. Hundreds of sword shadows whizzed up and down around him. Dark blue lightning spread around Gu Hanshan. Gu Hanshan rushed forward, but his feet did not move. His whole body seemed to be stepping on a huge sword shadow. As he rode on the sword, countless sword shadows bloomed around him like a blooming flower. The flower kept blooming, and the lightning kept expanding, but Gu Hanshan was surrounded by darkness. It was the 9th secluded impasse in the 8th Supreme Sword Dance. Wang Xingxiao said to end this quickly. Gu Hanshan had no objection at all. He used his strongest sword at the beginning. The focus of the cooperation between the 3000 World and the Phantom Palace was Li Tianlan. Now, if the young forces owned by several of them combined, except for the credits deducted from the combination of forces, it was almost the same as the credits of the East Emperor Palace. Once Li Tianlan died, several young forces would merge and completely block all the paths of the East Emperor Palace, which could be regarded as cutting off the last hope of the Li family. But it was also crucial whether the merged forces were led by Kunlun City or the Wang family of Beihai. The ownership of dominance also depended on the result of this maneuver. Once Li Tianlan died, the competition between the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City would come next. In this way, it would be more like the final team maneuver. Gu Hanshan was clear about this, but at this time, he spared no effort and did not intend to take advantage of Wang Xingxiao at all. This time, the two sides joined hands to deal with Li Tianlan, which meant that they had bet on the future reputation of Wang Xingxiao and Gu Hanshan. On such an occasion, competition was competition. There was no calculation or conspiracy. The two rushed all the way forward. In the woods, a large number of elites brought by Gu Hanshan had begun to form a formation. The sword formation of Kunlun City was not as extremely overbearing as the Heaven Punishment sword formation, but it was more complicated and delicate. This sword formation did not need an absolutely strong core, but a balance in all aspects. Therefore, there were more people in this sword formation, and its momentum was more terrifying. This formation might not be able to punish the sky, but it was enough to kill. The final hit formation. Boom! Wang Xingxiao and Gu Hanshan were extremely fast. However, there was someone faster than the two of them, and the distance between them was also shorter. When the two had just rushed half the distance, a roar suddenly sounded on the side of the teaching building near the warehouse. A huge force surged in the teaching building and directly collapsed one side of the building. The dazzling and dangerous lightning surged in the collapsed building. Jiang Shangyu's figure rushed out of the teaching building and directly smashed into the warehouse. His figure stretched to the extreme in the sky, and tens of thousands of thunderbolts burst out with him as the center. Jiang Shangyu's expression was dignified and solemn. He had no sword in his hand. Looking at the warehouse that was getting closer and closer, he directly raised his fist. This was a unique skill that belonged to his family. Thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. The lightning was mighty, and Jiang Shangyu's figure fell at the same time. Jiang Shangyu did not hold back at all. He and Li Tianlan had cooperation. But the premise of all cooperation was that Li Tianlan and Jiang Shangyu could survive this maneuver. In the whole Zhongzhou state and the world, countless people's eyes were focused on this maneuver area at this time, including the eyes of at least several invincible realm experts. Among them were Zhongzhou State's Sword Emperor Wang Tianzong and Zhongzhou State's God of War Gu Xingyun. Jiang Shangyu punched at the closest distance. How could he hold back? How could he dare to hold back? The frenzied and violent thunderbolts rushed out of the teaching building and smashed the roof of the warehouse immediately. Jiang Shangyu's figure rushed into the warehouse. In an instant, all the thunderbolts around him completely burst out in the most ferocious way. The light with the meaning of destruction turned into a shock wave, sweeping the entire warehouse. The warehouse was full of chaotic and dangerous light. Jiang Shangyu punched out, and the second punch condensed again. The martial arts of the Jiang family only had a pair of iron fists, without sword intent. But in the countless thunderbolts scattered by his punch, he clearly noticed that there was a weak sword energy behind him. Jiang Shangyu's eyes hesitated, then he suddenly turned around and punched with all his strength again. Picturesque landscape. The violent fist wind raised crazy thunderbolts, and Jiang Shangyu's whole body was full of light. He saw Li Tianlan. But, in the twinkling of an eye, Jiang Shangyu's hair stood on end. The picturesque landscape had already been blasted out uncontrollably, with Jiang Shangyu's voice somewhat distorted because of extreme shock. You, bang! Similarly, a fist directly hit Jiang Shangyu's fist. Wang Xingxiao and Gu Hanshan approached the warehouse almost at the same time. A hoarse and fearful roar suddenly came from the warehouse. The whole warehouse kept shaking and swaying under the extreme force. Countless cracks continued to spread on the warehouse's walls. As soon as Wang Xingxiao and Gu Hanshan stepped into the warehouse, the power in the warehouse suddenly broke out. Boom! There seemed to be a wild thunder in the whole warehouse. The tall and heavy warehouse completely collapsed in an instant in everyone's sight. Huge stones and messy steel bars flew in all directions, and the whole warehouse directly disappeared from everyone's sight. Endless lightning surged out from the collapsed warehouse, bringing with it a blazing white flame that burned everything. Jiang Shangyu's figure was blasted into the teaching building at a speed faster than when he fell. Li Tianlan, whose eyes were red and covered in blood, was almost evil at this time. In the eyes of Gu Hanshan and Wang Xingxiao, it seemed to be madness at the end of the road, but it was also extremely dangerous and silent. Li Tianlan's figure rushed into the teaching building after Jiang Shangyu. In the sky full of thunderbolts and flames, his body was like a scarlet shadow. Save him! Gu Hanshan and Wang Xingxiao said at the same time. For both the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City, the Jiang family in Beijiang was valuable enough to rope in. If they could get Jiang Shangyu's loyalty, even if they entered the peak of the divine list in the future, Jiang Shangyu would be their best right-hand man. Such a person was much more valuable than Qin Mashue. How could they not save him? Their figures flashed at the same time, broke through the diffusing flames and thunderbolts, and rushed into the teaching building. Li Tianlan was completely crazy. The thunderbolts and flames seemed to be completely integrated in his hands. He was covered in blood, but his whole body was full of blazing white light. The whole teaching building was shaking. In the space on the third floor, Li Tianlan madly chased after Jiang Shangyu, who was fleeing desperately. There was no word to describe the kind of madness and wildness that made people's scalps numb. Walls, tables and chairs, glass, blackboard, stairs. Everything was completely broken in Li Tianlan's attack. Nothing could stand between him and Jiang Shangyu for even a second. Jiang Shangyu desperately parried, sweeping his legs, elbows, knees, and hooks. The flowing blazing white light burst out with Li Tianlan's every move, and the whole teaching building kept shaking in his attack. In this state, Li Tianlan simply ignored everything. Jiang Shangyu was already covered in blood, but he was pulled over and thrown out by Li Tianlan again and again. This was no longer a battle. It was a brutal killing. A naked brutal killing. The firmament sword was raised in an instant. Sweeping. The thunderbolts, which were like water light, suddenly became extremely fierce and violent. The light was everywhere, and there was no fluctuation. A large light curtain swept toward Li Tianlan in an instant. The sword will around Gu Hanshan was fully released, and countless sword shadows extended to the limit. The pseudo-domain of the ninth secluded impasse directly shrouded Li Tianlan with Wang Xingxiao's thunderbolts. Li Tianlan seemed to have completely lost his mind. He suddenly turned around and directly gave up on Jiang Shangyu. With red eyes, he directly pounced on Gu Hanshan. In an instant, Li Tianlan was completely shrouded in the ninth secluded impasse. But ninth secluded impasse was not dark. Instead, there was white light everywhere. 21st blade, shatter of land. Shatter of land. Shatter of land. The completely violent sword energy rushed through the light curtain brought by the firmament sword and shattered the pseudo-domain of the ninth secluded impasse. Covered in blood, Li Tianlan almost instantly arrived in front of Gu Hanshan, who was the only one who was still in his peak state. Countless bloodstains flowed on his body. Li Tianlan suddenly grabbed Gu Hanshan's shoulders with both hands and pressed down. Boom! The ground on the third floor of the teaching building suddenly collapsed. Li Tianlan directly pressed Gu Hanshan into a classroom on the second floor. Gu Hanshan's face was livid, and the sword shadows kept flashing all over him. 7 unique flowing lights. Like a stream of flowing light, he directly rushed out of the classroom along the nearest distance. Bang! With a dull sound, Li Tianlan directly smashed the wall. Once again, he grabbed Gu Hanshan's neck. With a messy sound, the young master of Kunlun City was smashed into another classroom in an extremely embarrassing manner. Countless attacks fell on Gu Hanshan like crazy. Just like when he chased after Jiang Shangyu, the classrooms were completely smashed one after another. Attack, attack, attack. White light lingered in every inch of space and kept bursting around Li Tianlan. Gu Hanshan, who was completely covered in dust, twisted his face and suddenly shouted angrily, "Get lost." 5 elements annihilation. 5 sword intents that he had accumulated for a long time surrounded Li Tianlan and fell fiercely. Go to hell. With a ferocious face, Gu Hanshan broke out with all his strength. The 8th supreme sword move suddenly rotated and chopped around Li Tianlan. The 9th secluded impasse covered everything, and the 3 elements annihilation took shape in the darkness. A dense sword shadow rushed directly into the 9th secluded impasse along with the sword shadow. At the same time as the sword shadow rushed into the pseudo-domain, there was also a majestic thunderbolt. Jiang Shangyu and Wang Xingshao appeared here at the same time. The moment Li Tianlan was shrouded in the pseudo-domain, they attacked mercilessly. Gu Hanshan's face was gloomy and cold. A dagger slowly slid down his cuff. The thunderbolt spread quickly on the blade of the broken sword. Pseudo-domain, sword shadow, thunderbolt. Everything kept exploding around Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan trembled violently all over. Gu Hanshan sneered, raised his hand, and directly threw out the dagger in his hand. The thunderbolt of the dagger bloomed in the pseudo-domain. The 9th secluded impasse suddenly exploded. More blood sprinkled down in a mess of light and shadow. The crumbling teaching building was completely quiet. When the light dissipated, when the dust settled, everyone saw the final result of this sword strike. Li Tianlan, who was known as the heavenly son of Zhongzhou State, twitched all over. Under the siege of 3 people, Gu Hanshan's last sword pierced through his abdomen. The dagger drove his body and nailed him to the wall. There was an uproar in the number 3 stand. No one was surprised. Almost all of them only had doubts on their faces. There was some commotion in the 40,000 troops. But Dongqing Wudi was still expressionless. An old patriarch of a wealthy and powerful family in the southeast slowly walked to the front of the stand and sat down. He said with a smile, "Little Han, I heard that you invested a lot of money in the East Emperor Palace." "Yes, a lot." Han Donglu, the founder of the Flourishing Age Fund, sat in the same row as Wang Tianzong and others and smiled gently. The old patriarch sneered, looking at the financial tycoon who almost suffocated him in his own base camp, and said sarcastically, "You also have a time when your investment fails." "That's rare. I have investments in the 3000 world and Phantom world. I will earn them back." Han Donglu was calm and collected. "But you supported Li Tianlan. That means you offended His Majesty Sword Emperor and Gu Xingyun." The old patriarch patted Han Donglu on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "When Li Tianlan dies, you won't get anything from the layout of the special warfare system for the next few decades. The money you invested in the East Emperor Palace will be wasted." "What if Li Tianlan doesn't die?" Han Donglu asked indifferently. The old patriarch subconsciously glanced at Li Tianlan, who was nailed to the wall, and said disdainfully, "Is it possible? If Tianzong and Xingyun are as narrow-minded as you, the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City don't need to develop. My investment in the East Emperor Palace is a normal investment. If I fail, I will lose a little. If he really wins, it will be a big profit." Han Donglu's tone was indifferent. "Win?" The old patriarch sneered. "How can that boy win?" Han Donglu looked at Wang Tianzong and Gu Xingyun, who were a few seats away. In his sight, Gu Xingyun's face became more and more gloomy. But the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou State had closed his eyes. Han Donglu glanced at the old patriarch and gently raised the corner of his mouth. "Ha! Those who think Tianlan is a little weak, don't worry." Chapter 380. No one could have imagined such a scene. Before the maneuver began, no one, including Wang Xingshao, Gu Hanshan, and Jiang Shangyu, expected that Li Tianlan, who was already the strongest of the young generation in Zhongzhou state, would be nailed to the wall by a sword. They never underestimated their strength, especially Wang Xingxiao and Gu Hanshan. One had wind and thunder veins, and the other had heavenly king heart. They had the best physical quality, the most perfect training breakthrough, and the most powerful inheritance. All of these could make them break out the combat capability far beyond the same realm. Both of them were at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, but they were already qualified to look down on a considerable number of superiors of the half-step invincible realm. Jiang Shangyu's reputation was not as good as the first two, but in everyone's mind, he was not a weakling either. He had been in the half-step thunder-shocking realm for 3 years and broke through to the stabilization phase of the thunder-shocking realm, which was enough to show that his potential was equally strong. If the three of them joined forces, they could even fight against Li Tianlan, who had the combat capability of the invincible realm. Furthermore, they had also prepared 2 sword formations that were equally powerful. All of this was well prepared, which showed the absolute importance they attached to Li Tianlan. In this maneuver, both Gu Hanshan and Wang Xingxiao were ready to pay a great price, and they were even ready to stagnate in their martial arts realm for a few years. Li Tianlan was extremely powerful. They weren't weak either. Comparing the strength of both sides, they had at least a 50 to 60% chance of winning. This was enough for them to make up their minds to participate in this exercise. But they didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. Without the protection of the cloud silk robe, Li Tianlan was not at his peak. In this state, Li Tianlan still caused them a lot of losses and troubles in all the victories. But compared with their expectations, such losses and troubles were much smaller. Wang Xingxiao was seriously injured. Both Gu Hanshan and Jiang Shangyu had internal injuries of varying degrees. But Li Tianlan was nailed to the wall by Gu Hanshan's sword. All the tables and chairs in the classroom had been completely smashed, and the walls had collapsed, bringing up a large amount of dust. Dust fell and rose again. Countless ashes fell on Li Tianlan, who was covered in blood. The short sword thrown by Gu Hanshan was still shaking. Li Tianlan's body seemed to be suffering great pain, twitching slightly with the vibration of the dagger. Dust and blood covered his body. Li Tianlan was very dirty and looked extremely embarrassed. This was the Li family's last hope. They were the enemies most likely to threaten the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City in the next few decades. He was the heavenly son of Zhongzhou state. But now, the prodigy was nailed to the wall, covered in dirt and dust. He looked so pitiful, so petty, so weak. Wang Xingxiao remained calm. Jiang Shangyu remained calm. Gu Hanshan's expression was calm, but there was a kind of undisguised cruelty and coldness in his eyes. The combat capability of the invincible realm at the age of 22. This was the biggest shadow that shrouded their hearts, and it almost made them despair. But now, the shadow that made them feel the most despair was pinned in front of them, heavily injured and on the verge of death. The shadow in his heart was gradually fading. The three of them seemed to have become purer and purer. Vaguely, Wang Xingxiao saw his way to the half-step invincible realm. Gu Hanshan and Jiang Shangyu also gained something. Thank you. Wang Xingxiao broke the silence. He looked at Li Tianlan and said in a simple and calm tone. He looked at Li Tianlan. This was the young man of the same generation that he admired and even respected the most. They won the exercise. But Wang Xingxiao didn't feel happy. He felt a little regretful. But he would not regret it. Li Tianlan might not have died here. But Wang Xingxiao knew that he had no choice. His hands and shoulders shouldered not only the firmament, but also the Wang family of Beihai. In the months to come, he would have to experience too many involuntary and unwilling situations. But he would no longer have a choice. Li Tianlan's eyes gradually dimmed. Wang Xingxiao looked at him silently. He wanted to say a lot, but he didn't want to say anything. At this moment, it seemed that whatever he said would be a mockery. But there was only respect in Wang Xingxiao's heart. He looked at him quietly, and his eyes were a little bleak. It's all thanks to you that I can gain something today. Gu Hanshan looked at Li Tianlan. The cruelty and coldness in his eyes gradually turned into a somewhat twisted smile. Go in peace. He said, Zhongzhou State will have me and the Gu family in the future. We don't need the glory of the Li family. The corners of his mouth couldn't help curling up, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. It seemed that everyone had forgotten. The young man who was nailed to the wall by him was the 9th on the world divine list. This ranking might be exaggerated, but Li Tianlan's name had always been on the divine list. Today, he nailed an expert on the divine list to the wall. Gu Hanshan's eyes were a little ferocious. He glanced at Wang Xingxiao and then at Jiang Shangyu. Jiang Shangyu shrugged and didn't speak. I'll do it. Gu Hanshan's eyes fell on Wang Xingxiao again. His meaning was clear. He wanted to send Li Tianlan to hell in person. Whatever. Wang Xingxiao was a little dispirited. Gu Hanshan walked over slowly. Li Tianlan's eyes grew dimmer. The scarlet in his eyes gradually faded, and his black eyeballs gradually expanded. After the scarlet color disappeared, Li Tianlan's eyes instantly became dark, and no white could be seen. In Gu Hanshan's perception, Li Tianlan's vitality was rapidly fading. But a sword intent suddenly rose in the classroom. He suddenly reached out and held the dagger nailed to him. His eyes were still dim. His life was still passing. His aura was still weakening. All the glory and hope of the Li family seemed to have completely gone to the bottom after a short period of madness. Li Tianlan directly pulled out the dagger. Blood gushed out. His body fell to the ground. The moment his aura was extremely weak, the sword intent that suddenly rose in the classroom suddenly became extremely violent. Watch out! Jiang Shangyu and Wang Xingxiao's faces changed dramatically, and they roared in unison. Without any hesitation, the two of them directly took action. Li Tianlan held the dagger and stood up straight. His eyes were pitch black, with an indescribable silence and darkness. All his vitality seemed to be transformed into the most violent sword intent by him in the blink of an eye. The blazing white flame and the wild thunder surged without warning with Li Tianlan as the center. The sword intent swept through the air. The whole space twisted violently. A storm suddenly rose in the whole teaching building, overturning the mess in the classroom and lifting the ceiling. The blazing white fire raged wildly in the wind in an instant, but the lightning suddenly condensed in one place. Li Tianlan raised the dagger. The blazing white lightning kept jumping around the dagger, and then instantly turned into the most dazzling blue. Everything happened too fast. Li Tianlan just raised the dagger. The sword energy seemed to reach its peak directly without any short accumulation. The shining blue lightning was completely filled by the sword energy, and it continued to expand in the blazing white fire. The sword energy was mighty. It was not sharp, not sinister. There was only an irresistible strength and majesty. The Wang family of Beihai, sword of Emperor Path. The fire was like a raging wave. The lightning entwined with the sword energy followed the fire closely and almost instantly rushed to Gu Hanshan. Gu Hanshan's reaction was not slow at all. Li Tianlan had begun to retreat as soon as he raised the dagger in his hand. A large expanse of sword light wandered around him, and sword wheels rose up and surrounded Gu Hanshan. This was pure defense and retreat. The condensed sword of Emperor Path suddenly exploded in the thunder and fire. Gu Hanshan, who retreated in a hurry, and Wang Xingxiao and Jiang Shangyu, who acted in a hurry, were directly shrouded by the sword intent. The storm that arose out of nowhere raged fiercely. The sword light of Sword of Emperor Path shone more brightly, and the sword light was surging, crazily suppressing Wang Xingxiao and the other two who were in a passive position. Boom! The teaching building shook completely, and dense cracks almost covered the entire staircase. The sword intent of Sword of Emperor Path broke out, directly smashing Wang Xingxiao and the other two from the second floor to the first floor. Li Tianlan's pitch-black pupils were completely on fire. His eyes were dim, but the crazy scarlet once again covered his eyes. His pupils had completely turned into a daunting dark red. The sword energy had not yet dissipated. At the same second when Wang Xingxiao and the other two fell, Li Tianlan rushed down without hesitation. In front of stand number 3. On the huge screen, the picture suddenly froze for a moment. Li Tianlan and the other two completely disappeared from the picture. Only the cracked wall appeared on the screen. The wall was snow white. Only a sword mark was carved there. When a considerable number of people were a little confused, Song Ci, who did not appear in the stand but stood in another corner and looked at the big screen, suddenly looked extremely gloomy. She held the long sword in her hand tightly. After hesitating for a moment, the woman who had already given up rushed to the maneuver area without hesitation. The picture on the big screen froze for 5 seconds. Then it became light that filled the whole screen. Chaos. The whole screen seemed to be shaking in the loud roar. The blazing fire, the violent thunder, the bone-chilling ice, the messy storm, and the pervading smoke and dust merged into an extremely chaotic light and shadow. Light and shadow covered everyone's sight. Indistinctly, a few blurry shadows entangled with each other in the extremely chaotic light. Crazy. Everyone was fighting crazily. Wherever the 4 figures passed by, there was destruction everywhere. It was destruction, it was killing, and it was a fight to the death. Sword chi, iron fists, all the unique skills, and all the martial arts had become the most lethal killing moves. The figures on the screen kept moving, and the cameras dimmed one after another. However, the whole battlefield became more and more desperate. The light and shadow gradually dimmed. But the sword energy became more and more violent. The majestic sword completely tore the space, and all the pictures became blurred. Vaguely, a figure covered in blood was attacking the 3 opponents in front of him without any regard for anything else. There was no reason, no thought. Only fighting. That was giving up all the violence, with hysterical killing intent. There was no defense, only attack. The dagger of Kunlun City returned to Gu Hanshan's hand. The heavy iron fist. The cold dagger. The huge blade fell on Li Tianlan again and again, and blood kept falling. Li Tianlan didn't dodge at all and took all the opponent's counterattack head-on. Crazy attack. Hal continued to attack madly. The dagger stabbed into Li Tianlan's body several times. The iron fist hit Li Tianlan's body countless times. The heavy blade of firmament whistled wildly and chopped toward Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan didn't care at all, no matter how serious the injury was. Fighting and attacking had become his instinct. He wouldn't stop until he died. In the blurred picture, several people fought from the first floor to the top, and from the top to the bottom. In the suffocating silence, both sides kept bleeding. Li Tianlan's injury was getting worse, but his combat capability didn't decrease at all. Everyone was staring at the picture on the screen, staring at the outcome that might be decided at any second. The heavy sword of firmament rose again with a violent trajectory, and the whole space trembled with the blade. Wang Xingxiao completely changed. He seemed to become as crazy as Li Tianlan. The majestic sword energy wrapped the huge sword, and he chopped toward Li Tianlan again and again. Li Tianlan didn't dodge. The wonderful body movements and the mysterious shadow formula had all disappeared from his body. Only the 24 moves of swordsmanship remained. In the face of the 3 strongest young experts in Zhongzhou state except for himself, he had the attitude that he would fight to the end even if he died. Kill, kill, kill. Wang Xingxiao's eyes suddenly became extremely frenzied. The heavy and huge sword edge suddenly raised a sword intent that ignored everything. He held the giant sword with both hands, disregarding his own injury, and chopped down with all his strength. The Wang family of Beihai, the domineering sword. It was pure domineering, conceited, and disdainful of everything. The sword intent didn't fluctuate at all. The moment it appeared, it became completely crazy. Boom! The teaching building, which had stood here for many years, finally exploded into pieces under the raging sword chi. This was the most thorough collapse. First, the foundation of the first floor was completely loose. The stone pillars supporting the stairs were shattered. Countless boulders flew out and collapsed from the bottom to the top. The second floor, the third floor. In the smoke and dust all over the sky, the whole teaching building collapsed layer by layer in the raging sword intent. The almost overwhelming ruins smashed down, as if to completely bury the 4 people inside. Li Tianlan's attack instinctively paused. Ninth secluded impasse. The moment the smoke and dust rose, Jiang Shangyu, whose face was pale, suddenly roared at the top of his voice. Gu Hanshan froze for a moment, and then understood that this was Jiang Shangyu's reminder to him. Without any hesitation, Gu Hanshan unreservedly opened the pseudo-domain that he could barely master now, covering his 2 teammates and Li Tianlan. The sound of collapse seemed to go far away at the moment when the pseudo-domain was opened. Jiang Shangyu was in the air, and his whole body was completely stretched out in the darkness. His arms, legs, and waist. All the power was fully mobilized by him in the shortest time. The dense sounds of joints cracking kept ringing in Jiang Shangyu's body. Jiang Shangyu's body began to glow. The light was not dazzling, nor was it blue. It was extremely faint, but absolutely distant. Jiang Shangyu raised his arm. His movements were extremely clear, but they were extremely fast. The sound of all the joints was still ringing in his body, and his punch had directly blasted down without reservation. This was the iron fist of the Jiang family. But it had surpassed the unique skill of the Jiang family. He had been in the half-step thunder-shocking realm for 3 years. Jiang Shangyu's martial arts did not move. He seemed to have done nothing, but he had done too much and gained too much. This punch was the strongest move that concentrated all of Jiang Shangyu's essence, qi, and spirit. His own killing move. 10,000 miles of starry sky. The wind of the fist carried an invisible power, vast and mighty. The faint light kept spreading along the trajectory of his attack, and instantly lit up the entire pseudo-domain. The dark pseudo-domain was not in the dark. The sky was full of stars. At this moment, it was not only the number 3 stand that caused a sensation. All over Zhongzhou State, and even all the major forces in the world, all the people who saw this scene were suddenly shocked. In this maneuver, they finally saw what they wanted to see. Maybe this was not what they wanted to see the most, but it was definitely the most valuable. Jiang Shangyu's punch alone made countless people feel that this trip was worthwhile. Because this was Jiang Shangyu's own martial arts. It was completely his own martial arts, which was most suitable for him. When Wang Xingxiao and Gu Hanshan were exploring their own road to the invincible realm with the help of the top inheritance. Without the top inheritance, Jiang Shangyu had been dormant for 3 years, and finally embarked on the most suitable and correct path for him. Few people knew that he actually had the Heavenly King heart. But so what if they didn't know? At this moment, Jiang Shangyu was a real young heavenly son. Because he had his own path. As long as he kept going, the end of this path would definitely be the invincible realm. Wang Xingxiao had the wind and thunder veins. Gu Hanshan had the Heavenly King heart. As long as they grew up, they would definitely enter the invincible realm in the future. And now Jiang Shangyu was the same. The starry sky. This punch was heavy and grand, and of course, it was as vast and amazing as the starry sky. The wind of the fist rushed into the pseudo-domain with great power. The stars lit up one after another. In silence, a huge sword edge lit up in the pseudo-domain. It was the purest light. There was only one point, but it was as vast as the sun and the moon. The point of light lay between the darkness and the stars, floating forward. It was so natural, so clear, but so dreamy and solemn. Heavenly sword. It was not the heavenly sword of the Wang family of Beihai. It was the heavenly sword that belonged to Wang Xingxiao himself. He also found his own path. Although it was only a starting point, it also broke the inherent inheritance of the Wang family of Beihai. It was the most dreamy and dazzling light. It was solemn, vast, and unparalleled. Ninth secluded impasse. The starry sky. Heavenly sword. At the moment when the teaching building collapsed, the three young heavenly sons made their most powerful attacks and their strongest trump cards at the same time. And the target was Li Tianlan. The wind of the fist was mighty all the way. The stars kept shining. Every ray of starlight was a bolt of lightning. Thousands of thunderbolts bloomed at the same time. And the sacred and solemn sword light of the heavenly sword suddenly spread. The pseudo-domain of the ninth secluded impasse began to twist wildly. There was no amazing destructive power. There was no huge momentum. Everything was silent. But the twisted ninth secluded impasse became darker and quieter. In the absolute silence, there were swords and starlight in the pseudo-domain. This was the real domain. The real domain of the invincible realm. The joint attack of the three finally broke through the limit of the thunder-shocking realm and went straight into the invincible realm, forming the most authentic domain of the invincible realm. Li Tianlan was wrapped in the domain of the invincible realm. He was motionless. He let the starlight fall on him. He let the edge of the heavenly sword pass through his chest. He let the ninth secluded impasse twist and squeeze his body. Bang! His arms were completely blown up in the frenzy of attacks. His arms disappeared. His legs were shattered. His whole body was completely torn into countless pieces. In front of the number 3 stand of the Sky Academy, the forces belonging to the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City had begun to cheer. Wang Tianzong opened his eyes and looked at Gu Xingyun for a moment. Both of them saw a touch of gloomy killing intent in each other's eyes. And near the two, Han Donglu, the founder of Huading Flourishing Age Fund, had taken out his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Help me draw up an investment contract." After the phone was connected, he said with a chuckle in the cheers. "Okay, Boss Han." On the phone, the staff of the Flourishing Age Fund answered, "What kind of investment is it? How much is it?" "The investment of the special warfare system." "The amount?" Han Donglu thought for a moment and said, 10 billion. This, even with the scale of the Flourishing Age Fund, such a huge investment still made the staff on the other side hesitate for a while. But she did not express any objection and just said cautiously, "Okay, Boss Han, which institution is the investment in?" Han Donglu narrowed his eyes and gave his answer with a smile, "East Emperor Palace. Mount Dibbing. Emperor Hall." Qin Weibai and Summer Solstice sat opposite each other, like two perfect goddesses, holy, cold, and inviolable. The stack of documents was placed on the tea table between them. A screen was set up in the hall of Emperor Hall. Two perfect women, who were similar in some aspects but not exactly the same, looked at the screen quietly. On the screen was the live broadcast of the final maneuver of the Sky Academy. Qin Weibai watched Li Tianlan's body being completely torn into powder in the real invincible realm. Her eyes were bright and dreamy, and the corners of her mouth were gently raised. She was smiling. For the first time in many years, she smiled so brightly and so happily. That was a kind of undisguised ostentatiousness. She laughed out loud, and the crisp laughter kept echoing in Emperor Hall. "Is it funny?" Summer Solstice looked at Qin Weibai expressionlessly and said coldly, "This is the funniest thing I've ever seen." "Ha, giggle, oh, haha," Qin Weibai laughed and bent down. A killing intent flashed in Summer Solstice's eyes. But not to Qin Weibai. Qin Weibai seemed to feel Summer Solstice's killing intent. She paused and said with a smile, "Jealousy is the original sin. You are all guilty. What about you?" Summer Solstice sneered and stared at Qin Weibai's eyes, showing her sharpness. "Me?" Qin Weibai laughed at herself and said, "I am unforgivable." Federal City of Star State. The White House. President Li Huaqing of Zhongzhou State, who had been visiting Star State in recent days, was also watching the maneuver. He saw the three young chosen ones attacking with all their might. He also saw the bodies of the real chosen ones being completely torn apart. President Li Huacheng, who had been tense the whole time, had a smile on his face, and he seemed to be relieved. It's over. He turned around and looked at a middle-aged man in a black suit beside him with a clear smile. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "President, when will you return home?" "I have to finish the work at hand." Li Huacheng smiled and said, "Tonight. We will return home overnight." South America. Indian Federation. In a luxurious manner comparable to the presidential mansion, the second master of the Jiang family of South America, Jiang Qianyan, who had the strength of the invincible realm but had civilized the dark world by stratagem, was also watching the final maneuver. Beside him stood a young man about 30 years old. The young man stared at the screen with a dignified look in his eyes. "I didn't expect him to go this far." Jiang Qianyan sighed softly. This man is determined and has become enemies with the Jiang family of South America. "Are you sure you can kill him?" The young man beside Jiang Qianyan was silent for a while, then slowly shook his head. "It's hard. But I will try." Europe. Fog capital. In the ancient and huge castle complex, a pair of white brother and sister, who could be said to be the most powerful in Europe, were also watching the final maneuver of Zhongzhou state. The man was tall and straight, handsome, meticulous, and had a pair of pure blue eyes that seemed to contain a peaceful wisdom and tranquility, in addition to the depth of his deep blue eyes. Compared with the man, the woman in the golden dress beside him was extremely languid. This was a woman who was powerful enough to make people not dare to guess her age by appearance alone. Mature, coquettish, seductive, and lazy. Yet, there was an invisible sharpness that could take one's soul away. She looked more like a mixed race, with black hair and a slender figure. The most attractive thing was her eyes. They were the purest and most dazzling golden pupils, not pale gold, but the purest gold, deep and quiet. She lay on the sofa and watched the maneuver quietly. Suddenly, she chuckled and said, "Is this the little guy supported by Samsara Palace and the Lin clan? I'm afraid Tianzong is going to have a headache. No wonder he contacted me a few days ago to borrow the murderous weapon. I don't know if he wants to deal with this little guy or the Lin clan and Samsara Palace. Neither of them is easy to deal with." She spoke in perfect Chinese. "You want to lend it to her?" The man beside her raised his eyebrows, his voice gentle and calm. "I can't say no to that man." The woman giggled, not frivolous but enchanting. She suddenly thought of something. "Do we have a lot of cooperation with the Lin clan?" "I won't interfere with your decision." "And you don't want to interfere with the family business?" "Business is business. I have a pleasant cooperation with the Lin clan." The man shook his head with a smile. "It's boring. I don't care about your business. Tianzong didn't ask me to do anything." The woman curled her rosy little mouth. "You and Tianzong," the man hesitated a little and finally said, "we haven't contacted each other for many years, right? Or can't let it go?" "Why should I let it go?" the woman asked faintly. The man sighed softly and shook his head. "You have no chance. All Tianzong's attention is on summer solstice. You should have known that it would end like this." "What chance do you have?" The woman frowned. "Summer solstice is also, then you have no chance." The man's tone was firm. The woman suddenly sat up and screamed angrily, "William, you're meddling too much." She was neither ugly nor sweet when she was angry, only a kind of frightening majesty. "I'm your brother." William shrugged. "So is Wang Tianzong." "You're my brother." The woman laughed. "But Tianzong. Our grandfather's 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 father and Tianzong's ancestors were brothers. Their relationship is so far away that he is not my brother. I want him to be my man." William looked confused. The string of tongue-twister grandfather represented a distant enough blood relationship, but it also made him confused. "My Chinese is not very good." William smiled bitterly. "All right." The woman shrugged. "I mean, my business has nothing to do with you." William whistled. Then you can lend him the murderous weapon, or you can go and help him in person. The murderous weapon is already on the way. As for me, I have my own business. The woman shook her head. Have lunch with me at noon. I have a guest at noon. William looked at his watch with some embarrassment. The woman raised her eyebrows. I'm going to have lunch with the Queen. William looked helpless. The Queen. In the knowledge of most Englishmen, there was naturally only one Queen. I'm also the Queen, okay? The woman said angrily. William laughed and said nothing more. The woman put on her high heels and turned directly. I'm leaving. William waved his hand casually and did not get up to see her off. He just watched his sister leave. He did not lie. He did have lunch with the Queen of England at noon. But his sister did not lie either. She was indeed the Queen. One was the Queen of England. And she was the Queen of the entire Europe. The Queen of Shadows of the Shadow Throne, a super dark force in Europe. Grand Duke Irene Qingtong Wang Rothschild. William thought of the murderous weapon that was about to reach the Wang family of Beihai, and his eyes refocused on the maneuver on the screen. What followed was destined to be a picture that some people wanted to see, but some people did not want to see. He thought of the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou State. He suddenly felt a little funny. In every corner of the world, people were paying attention to the maneuver of Zhongzhou State and Li Tianlan. Wang Xingxiao, Gu Hanshan, and Jiang Shangyu were also watching Li Tianlan. The real invincible domain was constantly twisting. Li Tianlan's body was torn into pieces. After the strongest blow, the aura of the three people continued to weaken. But Gu Hanshan, who controlled the ninth secluded impasse to tear Li Tianlan, was laughing. He laughed wildly and proudly. The old enemy who had been pressing on his heart since he appeared was dead. There would be no Li family in Zhongzhou State in the future. Only Kunlun City. How could he not laugh? The wild laughter became louder and sharper. Gu Hanshan's face was distorted, and he did not hide his laughter. Jiang Shangyu was silent. Wang Xingxiao was silent. He quietly watched Li Tianlan's body being torn apart little by little in his sight, and he suddenly felt a little melancholy and confused. Sizzle, a subtle sound suddenly fell into Wang Xingxiao's ears. Wang Xingxiao froze for a moment. Sizzle, the sound continued to ring, and it was extremely clear in Gu Hanshan's arrogant laughter. It was as if someone had used their hands to gently tear apart a piece of paper or a dry leaf. It was gentle, yet cruel. Li Tianlan's body continued to shatter in the domain. But Wang Xingxiao suddenly raised his head and stared at Li Tianlan in the shattering. Gu Hanshan's laughter also disappeared. Jiang Shangyu also raised his head. In the sight of the three, Li Tianlan's body shattered faster and faster. But he was still calm and silent. Under this kind of shattering, he had no pain, no sound, and no bloodstains. No bloodstains. Gu Hanshan, whose face changed dramatically, took a step forward subconsciously. Snap, in the subtle sound, Li Tianlan's body disappeared completely. It was not a complete shattering disappearance. Instead, it suddenly disappeared in everyone's sight. The domain had completely dissipated. The sun shone down again. Wang Xingxiao stared at the place where Li Tianlan had stood. There was no bloodstain or body there. Under the sunlight, there was only a single leaf that was still green, but had all of its water contents sucked out, drifting down lightly. The leaf carried a faint and negligible sword intent, which made people feel desperate. The three young heavenly sons couldn't say a word for a while. Their hearts were extremely cold. They didn't speak. But someone spoke. It was so quiet and indifferent. You three. The voice sounded softly behind them, leisurely and quiet. Did you have fun? Bang! Accompanying this sound was an incomparably deep and loud heartbeat. The three young heavenly sons of Zhongzhou State looked back in disbelief. On a tree not far away in their sight, Li Tianlan stood there quietly, holding a branch in his hand. There was no madness in his eyes, only tranquility. His clothes were neat and new, so clean that they seemed to have never been touched. Unscathed. Wang Xingshao opened his mouth, and a mouthful of blood gushed out of his throat. He choked and coughed. Li Tianlan didn't look at them. He just looked up at the sky quietly. In the dead silence on the number 3 stand, Li Tianlan's face was reflected on the big screen. Wang Tianzong and Gu Xingyan stared at that face in silence. Li Tianlan seemed to be looking at them. The sun shone down, warm and hot, bright and clear. That was the sky in Li Tianlan's eyes. It was clear, but there were still shadows. Chapter 381. Li Tianlan looked at the sky. The 3 young chosen ones looked at Li Tianlan. This was a dead, stiff, almost frozen picture. Large tracts of jungle were broken into powder, and the flat ground became a pool in the raging sword intent. There was still dust rising from the ruins of the collapsed teaching buildings and warehouses. It was a blur. Li Tianlan stood quietly on the top of a tree, bathing in the sun and holding a branch. The green branch seemed to have lost a leaf, but the other leaves were still warm, with the water stains left by the night rain and morning dew. They were very clean. The branch and the person were very clean. The fierce battle that affected everyone's mind and the eyes of the world seemed to have come to an end, but it also seemed to have just begun. He held the branch and stood casually on the top of the tree. It was clean and fresh, as if he was taking a walk in this battlefield. He looked at the sky. The 3 chosen ones, covered in dust and blood, looked at him. There was no anger, sorrow, or self-mockery in the silent and frozen picture. All the emotions seemed to be completely frozen with the blood. There was only dullness left. He stood at the peak of power, looked down on them, broke the rules, lost friendship, and did whatever it took to eliminate the threat in the future. In the end, he risked his life and was injured. When he should have been completely relaxed, he found that he just destroyed a fallen leaf, a sword intent, and an incarnation that the other party threw into the sky. What was his mood? Jiang Shangyu looked at Li Tianlan with a complicated expression. He was not unfamiliar with such a method, but he was absolutely not familiar with it. Li Tianlan, who was destroyed by them together, was not an incarnation. It was sword intent. It was the purest sword intent that belonged to Li Tianlan. The sword intent had been in their sight all the time. The sword intent did not deceive their eyes, but the pure sword intent twisted the void. The sword intent finally twisted into Li Tianlan's appearance in the void. It was an extremely powerful and pure sword intent. What the 3 of them saw was all an illusion after the distortion of the void. In fact, it was a fallen leaf and a sword intent. It was like a magic trick. A magic trick that only those at the peak of the invincible realm were qualified to play. Li Tianlan's combat capability was naturally no match for those at the peak of the invincible realm. But his vision, his knowledge, his thoughts, and even his will were close to the most mysterious and powerful domain. Wang Xingxiao's path was just a prototype. Jiang Shangyu's road had just begun. But the road in front of Li Tianlan had already led to the highest place. He was standing on that path, moving forward. All of Jiang Shangyu's complacency completely disappeared. Looking at Li Tianlan in front of him, his dull eyes became dim and even a little desperate. Gu Hanshan trembled all over. His trembling was extremely obvious, as if he was convulsing. He used all the strength in his body to hold the dagger that he had used to stare at the fallen leaf not long ago. The blade of the dagger trembled along with his arm, cutting through the air. His face was completely twisted. After a moment of sluggishness, his heart was filled with astonishment, disbelief, and disbelief. In the end, it turned into a burning jealousy. How could the remaining member of the Li family, an ant, have come this far? What did he rely on to reach this step? The vision of the peak invincible realm and the combat capability of the invincible realm. Why wasn't he the one who could do this? Who was Li Tianlan? What right does he have? Gu Hanshan gritted his teeth and stared at Li Tianlan, who was unscathed. Thinking of the fierce battle just now, he suddenly felt that everything about him was a joke. His eyes became sinister with jealousy, and finally turned into a surging killing intent and a little timid resentment. Puff! Wang Xingxiao spat out a mouthful of blood again. His eyes were already a little dizzy and blurred. But his will became more and more sober. The scenes of the battle just now replayed in his mind, and every scene seemed to be a merciless mockery of them. He didn't understand why Li Tianlan was so crazy, nor did he understand why the branch in his hand disappeared under Chen Mashua's sky-killing sword intent, nor did he understand why Li Tianlan had no sense at all. It turned out that the truth of everything was just because it was just a sword intent condensed by a fallen leaf. No matter how pure the sword intent was sword intent. Without life, it naturally had no thoughts and reason. The three young chosen ones of Zhongzhou state joined hands to fight against a fallen leaf. It was thrilling and soul-stirring, and they finally won. A fallen leaf. Such a beautiful story might have already spread all over the dark world, right? Wang Xingxiao raised the corner of his mouth. He laughed. The chosen one of Beihai, who was destined to shoulder the Wang family of Beihai for the next few decades, trembled with laughter. His laughter was inexplicable and full of self-mockery. But he was not disappointed. Not at all. When Jiang Shangyu was a little desperate, and when Gu Hanshan was full of jealousy, the helplessness and melancholy in Wang Xingxiao's eyes completely disappeared with the appearance of Li Tianlan. Flames flashed in his eyes, and eventually became a wildfire that burned everything. He, who was the most seriously injured, was the first to raise the firmament in his hand. The huge blade pointed at Li Tianlan from afar, and the fighting intense sword. At this moment, there was no timidity, jealousy, or loss in Wang Xingxiao's eyes, only firmness and madness. Li Tianlan withdrew his gaze from the sky and looked at Wang Xingxiao. Wang Xingxiao stood straight, holding the sword, and his figure was as straight as a javelin. I lost today. Wang Xingxiao's eyes became more and more frenzied. But his tone was calm and a little humble. I'm sincerely convinced. He took a step forward with his sword, looked at Li Tianlan, and whispered, but the maneuver is not over. If you don't die today, I'm willing to chase after your back for many years to come. There was a flash of light in Li Tianlan's eyes. Wang Xingxiao's figure was reflected in his quiet and deep pupils, so clear. This was Wang Xingxiao. He lost the maneuver, became a laughing stock, and was seriously injured. But compared to Gu Hanshan, who completely lost his composure, and Jiang Shangyu, who was in a mess, the chosen one of Beihai did not lose the bearing of the Wang family of Beihai after all. He still dared to fight and draw his sword. In the stands, Wang Tianzong's eyes gradually became calm. He looked at Wang Xingxiao's firm and crazy eyes on the screen, and the corners of his mouth lifted imperceptibly. He had expected this situation. In Lin'an, he had already vaguely perceived the height of Li Tianlan's martial arts. But before the maneuver began, he really did not expect that there was such a means to dominate the battlefield with a green leaf. That was the domain belonging to the peak of the invincible realm. Li Tianlan's technique was very jerky, and there were too many loopholes. In the eyes of any invincible realm expert or even a half-step invincible realm expert, such a technique was ridiculous. But it also meant that Li Tianlan had found the way to the peak. A green leaf fought with three young chosen ones. Such an ending could be described as extremely miserable. But in his eyes, his son didn't lose in a bad way. At least, he did not lose his faith, and he still had the fighting desire in his heart. Martial arts was like climbing a mountain, crossing the sea, and ascending to the sky. Who could sing all the way? Failure was actually not terrible. It actually took more courage to admit failure and be willing to chase after the opponent's back. Wang Tianzong's palm stroked the famous sword. Listened to the sea beside him. His eyes gradually changed from calm to cold. It became cold. Li Tianlan stood on the treetop and slowly turned around. His movements were slow, but his every move affected everyone's nerves. His eyes swept over the sword in Wang Xingxiao's hand, ignored the sword energy on the blade, and finally stopped on Gu Hanshan. Gu Hanshan's expression was still distorted, and he even forgot to hide the jealousy deep in his eyes. Do you like to laugh? Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows and took the initiative to ask, so humorous. Gu Hanshan froze for a moment, and his face turned purple in an instant. He recalled his wild and carefree laughter as he tore that green leaf apart. That was simply the most humiliating moment of his life. What did you say? Gu Hanshan flew into a rage. Li Tianlan's eyes were still calm, and his tone was indifferent. Such a temperament is really a disgrace to the heavenly king heart. It also insults the 4 words of the young chosen ones. Kunlun City. Ha! It was impossible for his voice to reach the stands. But it easily fell into the ears of everyone present. Gu Hanshan, who was in a mess, suddenly had red eyes. That was not the unyielding fighting desire like Wang Xingxiao's. Instead, it was a kind of anger because his scar had been opened. He instinctively took a step forward, but then stopped where he was. Kunlun City, get into formation. His face was completely red, but he did not dare to do it himself. Instead, he roared. Everyone who participated in the maneuver had arrived at the scene. The sword energy in the final hit formation that Kunlun City had prepared for a long time was mighty. This was a sword formation without a so-called core. But without a core, it did not mean that there could not be a core when conditions permitted. Gu Yulan, the personal disciple of Gu Qianchuan and the founder of Jilei Peak, was standing in the formation at this time. Gu Yulan, who had not fully recovered from her injury, was pale, but she bit her lip tightly and raised the sword in her hand. In an instant, the killing formation, which was formed by more than 50 elites, exploded with a majestic sword intent. Li Tianlan slightly raised his eyebrows. His figure trembled gently on the branch. Without a sound, his entire figure continued to fade, and finally disappeared under the bright and beautiful sunlight. The sword energy of the final hit sword formation was surging and becoming more and more majestic. Gu Hanshan suddenly turned around and glanced around. Behind you. Jiang Shangyu suddenly raised his voice. Gu Hanshan quickly turned around. There was only sunlight, only the pool, only the sword formation, only Wang Xingxiao and Jiang Shangyu in his sight. Behind you. A cold chill instantly swept through Gu Hanshan's whole body. He turned around again. The dense forest appeared in his sight, but Li Tianlan was still nowhere to be seen. A great danger seemed to be lurking behind him like a shadow, but he could not see anything. He was turning around. Still nothing. What are you looking for? When the voice sounded, a hand was placed on Gu Hanshan's shoulder at the same time. All the hair on Gu Hanshan's body stood on end. With a roar, the sword intent that had been accumulated all over his body instantly flew in all directions. But the hand on his shoulder was still stable. The palm slightly tightened. In the case of serious injury, a force that Gu Hanshan could not resist directly pressed on his shoulder. Gu Hanshan roared fiercely. Bang! His body directly knelt on the ground. Bang! In the dull sound, before Gu Hanshan had time to feel humiliated, a foot directly kicked him in the back of his heart. Red blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain. Gu Hanshan's body directly flew dozens of meters away. Gu Hanshan endured the pain and climbed up as fast as he could. His eyes were cold and gloomy, there was nothing in his sight. Behind you. In the shrill reminder, Gu Hanshan reacted completely by instinct. He clenched the dagger and directly swept it backward. His body turned extremely fast, but he still did not see Li Tianlan. He only saw a hand. A hand clenched his arm and pulled it very gently. Ah, ah, ah. The severe pain made Gu Hanshan roar suddenly. His physical strength was as fragile as a piece of paper in that hand. His arm was forcibly broken in the pull. The dagger in his hand fell out of control and was immediately caught by Li Tianlan. The blade flashed with cold light in the sun, with a dark red color. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Tianlan stabbed the dagger into Gu Hanshan's back steadily. Blood splashed. The dagger was stabbed in and then pulled out violently. Li Tianlan kicked Gu Hanshan out again. Li Tianlan. In pain and shame, Gu Hanshan's whole face and even his voice became distorted. At this moment, he finally remembered a secret unique skill of the Li family. It was the legendary unique skill recorded in the invincible manual of Map of God of War. Night walking. This could be said to be the top but also the most difficult body movement to practice in the dark world. It was also an almost invincible unique skill. It was good at chasing and even better at close-range assassination. In the battle of the same realm, once night walking took the lead, the enemy could never see his position. Such a body movement seemed to take advantage of the blind spot and absolute speed. But in fact, night walking pursued instinct and the grasp of the details of the enemy's body. Instinct was the fastest. This was a kind of body movement that used instinct to always keep pace with the enemy's movements. When practiced to the peak, once he appeared behind the enemy in the battle, he would always be behind the enemy until the enemy died. Gu Hanshan had the heavenly king heart. At his peak, his will was absolutely focused. It could be said that he was the biggest nemesis of night walking. But now his mind was in a mess. Under Li Tianlan's attack, he had no power to fight back. Using the body movement that was most restrained by the heavenly king heart to tease Gu Hanshan was the greatest humiliation to Kunlun City and Gu Hanshan. The dagger pierced Gu Hanshan's body. Gu Hanshan endured the sharp pain, tried to contract the muscles in his waist, and controlled the blood from gushing out. Li Tianlan stood in the sun with the dagger in his hand. He smiled softly. "You've played enough. Now it's my turn." In the final maneuver that day, the world should not only see his sword. They should also see the embarrassment of the other young heavenly sons in Zhongzhou state. There was still a lot of time. Li Tianlan only intended to play slowly. His eyes swept over Jiang Shangyu, Gu Hanshan, and Wang Xingshao. Wang Xingshao still maintained the posture of the giant sword. Li Tianlan's eyes swept over. He slowly closed his eyes. Li Tianlan's pupils constricted quietly. In his perception, the moment Wang Xingshao closed his eyes, he was no longer alive. Under the sun, he was like a statue of flesh and blood. His vitality was disappearing. But the sword energy around Wang Xingshao was unprecedentedly violent. The sword energy kept rising. It surpassed the previous heaven-killing stroke and the heavenly sword in the domain of the three people's joint attack. He stood in silence, and there was only peace in him. His heart was calm, his breathing was steady, and his will was focused. Wang Xingshao was completely immersed in the sword intent. Failure came first, and honor came later. In life, there were always occasions when one could not take a step back even if he had to give everything. Li Tianlan ignored Wang Xingshao. Killing people's hearts. He couldn't kill people. But if there was a chance to completely destroy their minds, Li Tianlan would not hesitate to do so. He held the branch in one hand and casually threw the dagger to Gu Hanshan with the other, saying expressionlessly, "Continue." It was not Gu Hanshan who continued. As Li Tianlan's voice fell, Jiang Shangyu rushed up without hesitation. The so-called cooperation and the so-called future completely disappeared from Jiang Shangyu's mind at this moment. His essence, qi, and spirit were completely concentrated, his will was focused, and his heart was pure. Li Tianlan said he would play slowly. But he did not want Li Tianlan to play slowly. In the entire Zhongzhou state, under the gaze of countless forces all over the world, Jiang Shangyu did not want Li Tianlan to press him to the ground and ravage him. He was not born in the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City, which were the super forces at the peak of martial arts, and he did not have the top inheritance. But he had his pride. Thousands of miles of starry sky. With Jiang Shangyu as the center, the sunlight in the nearby space dimmed instantly. The starlight lit up in pieces. Jiang Shangyu's figure stepped over the land and leaped into the sky. The whole earth shook with a loud bang. the faint starlight suddenly burst out. The stars were bright. The starlight that occupied the whole space attracted each other and turned into thunderbolts. The thunderbolts gathered on Jiang Shangyu's arm. Under the dazzling light, a large amount of thunderbolts condensed into a fist that was tens of meters long. Jiang Shangyu roared wildly, clenched the fist made of thunderbolts, and smashed it down hard. Li Tianlan's eyes were calm without any fluctuation. He looked at Jiang Shangyu, who was constantly accumulating power in the air. He watched the huge shadow of the huge fist that traversed tens of meters of space fall. The branch in his hand hung on the ground. He raised one hand. There was no starlight, no night, no thunderbolts, no sword energy. A sword was a sword. And a fist was a fist. His figure was extremely small under the shadow of the fist that was tens of meters long. But at this moment, Li Tianlan exuded a kind of momentum that could suppress everything. Under the shadow of the fist, he punched into the sky with the power of the sea. The air within a radius of 100 meters suddenly twisted along with his punch. The space exploded in the compression, with a harsh sonic boom. The flickering but seemingly endless starlight was extinguished in an instant. The sun fell again. It shone on the shadow of the fist made of thunderbolts in the void. Li Tianlan's punch directly hit the shadow of the fist. Boom! In the dull crash, a large area of land between Li Tianlan and Jiang Shangyu continued to crack. The flat ground continued to rise and fall with the appearance of the cracks. Smoke and dust rose, filled the sky, and rushed into the woods like a gust of wind. Blood gushed out of Jiang Shangyu's mouth and his arm. His whole body trembled violently, and his aura fluctuated constantly. Li Tianlan didn't move. Under the collision of the two huge forces, his clothes and hair didn't even lift a little bit. Jiang Shangyu gritted his teeth. The violent power twisted the air. There seemed to be a thick wall in front of him blocking his way. The incredible destructive force pressed on his whole body. His bones began to tear, and his muscles were completely deformed. In the space where he couldn't move an inch, he raised his other arm again. Another punch. Another vast starry sky. The starlight quietly lit up in the storm of power. Under the sun, the darkness came quietly. Gu Hanshan, who managed to calm down, followed Jiang Shangyu and attacked with all his strength. 9th Secluded Impasse. 8th Supreme Sword Dance. Extinction of 5 elements. 3 elements final kill. Gu Hanshan seemed to have become a sword energy ejector in an instant. The dense sword intent kept whistling out with the vibration of his body. A large number of sword wheels and whistling sword shadows all rushed into the pseudo-domain in an instant. They combined with the starry sky and assimilated with the darkness. The vast starry sky and the 9th Secluded Impasse blended with each other. But Wang Xingxiao's sword was missing. Wang Xingxiao still held his sword and closed his eyes. The sword qi gathered crazily and covered his entire body. The sword energy was getting stronger and stronger. A large area of space fluctuated around him, undulating like stormy waves. There seemed to be a sea in the air around Wang Xingxiao. The heavy sword firmament was lifted up little by little. It was extremely heavy. But he seemed to have forgotten everything around him. He didn't move or speak, and he didn't draw his sword. It was Gu Yulan who drew her sword. It was the final kill sword formation composed of more than 50 elites whose realm was at the peak of the ice-condensing realm. In the domain, the starlight lit up. On the edge of the woods, Gu Yulan, who had accumulated the sword intent of the final kill sword formation to the limit, suddenly let out an extremely high-pitched scream. The silver mask that she had always worn on her face directly exploded under the constantly gathering sword energy. Her long hair fluttered in the sword intent. In the whistling sword intent, everyone saw her line up. It was an extremely beautiful face, very seductive, but a little childish and cold. In the soaring sword intent, her figure went straight up into the sky, with the sword intent condensed by dozens of people and her own strongest blow. She held the sword with both hands and rushed straight to Li Tianlan. This sword seemed light, but it was extremely strange and fast. Gu Yolan's figure broke through the air. Her figure was like a goshawk. She held the sword with both hands, and the tip of the sword lit up with a blurry light. It was like thunder, flame, ice, flying snow, and everything. All the light eventually became extremely fleeting. The light on the tip of the sword grew brighter and brighter. It seemed to be a sword that cut through the space. Wherever Gu Yulan passed, the whole space was fragmented and mottled, turning into a dark and undefeated color. She rushed into the pseudo-domain, into the darkness and starlight. Without hesitation. Behind Gu Yulan, more than 50 elites of the final kill sword formation fell to the ground. Dozens of remaining members of the 6 teams rushed to Li Tianlan at the same time. Everyone had used all their strength. The young heavenly sun, the majestic sword formation, and the scattered elites. Charge, all of you charge. Li Tianlan still stood where he was. The final kill sword formation made up for the heavenly sword. Everything seemed to begin to change toward the real domain again. Li Tianlan laughed. This domain tore apart one of his sword intent. Now that he was standing here, what was the meaning of this so-called domain? Gu Yulan stabbed directly at his chest with unparalleled sword light. Li Tianlan raised his palm again. He clenched his fist. He held the branch in his other hand. There was no sword intent. Just the palm. Just the power. But this time, he really did his best. Crack. There was a clear sound of breaking in the silent pseudo-domain. Li Tianlan's palm didn't seem to be fast, but it just appeared in front of Gu Yulan. The starlight and the pseudo-domain were constantly torn apart the moment he raised his palm. The sword light shone on Li Tianlan's calm and deep pupils. His eyes were so quiet. So gentle. But so majestic. Gu Yulan's body froze in the air. With the sword intent of dozens of people and the strongest blow, she came to Li Tianlan and tried her best to scream and stab forward, but the long sword could no longer move forward. Li Tianlan pinched the blade with one hand. The violent sword energy hit the power storm in Li Tianlan's palm and kept trembling, but it couldn't move forward at all. The sword light, the starlight, the pseudo-domain, and the power storm. At this moment, all the destructive forces collapsed around Li Tianlan, whistling and flying. Under the flickering light, he stood quietly, with his own general trend and peace. This was the picture he left to the world. But it was so desperate for the enemies who besieged him. Li Tianlan pinched the blade of Gu Yulan's sword and pulled it gently. He flicked his fingers. His fingers touched the edge of the sword, producing a crisp sound. The sword energy of the final hit sword formation was completely violent. The bright blade was completely broken in Li Tianlan's hands. The front end of the blade rushed to Gu Hanshan and Jiang Shangyu with sharp sword energy and heavy power. Gu Yulan, holding the dagger, was swaying in the pseudo-domain. Li Tianlan's voice was very soft, but it was indescribably loud in the pseudo-domain. Goodbye. As he spoke, he closed his fingers. A punch. The broken pseudo-domain shattered in an instant. The power as vast as heaven and earth burst out under Li Tianlan's punch, like a mountain or a sea. The ground where Li Tianlan was completely collapsed. The pseudo-domain disappeared, the starlight disappeared, and the sword energy disappeared. There was no light between heaven and earth, only power. The heavy power completely blew away Gu Yulan, and at the same time, dozens of idle elites who besieged him were blown away. On the big screen of the Sky Academy, Gu Yulan, who bore the brunt, was torn into powder by this punch. One figure after another flew back under the raging tide of power. The majestic power shook the sky and never stopped. Countless people and countless swords danced chaotically in the tyrannical power. They gathered in one place and rushed out of the collapsed ground, bringing with them a rain of blood that filled the sky as they charged into the forest. The members who formed the final hit sword formation in the woods were directly rolled up. Nearly 100 elites and nearly 100 swords tumbled powerlessly in the air and rushed to the depths of the woods for hundreds of meters. The incredible power swept all the way with people and swords. Countless trees in the entire forest collapsed and collapsed. Leaves and blood fluttered at the same time. In an instant, the entire dense forest was cleared out, leaving a straight passage of more than 200 meters long. Li Tianlan's figure floated in the air, expressionless. He was so quiet that he was almost nothingness. But under the sun, he floated quietly like an invincible devil in everyone's eyes. Jiang Shangyu and Gu Hanshan, who were forced back by a broken sword, trembled at the same time. They looked at the branch in Li Tianlan's hand. They looked at the pure punch. Their eyes clearly showed that they were on the verge of collapsing. Everyone stared at this incredible punch in a daze. Even Gu Xingyun's eyes were full of astonishment. How? His tone was a little difficult. How is it possible? He knew that Li Tianlan had wind and thunder veins. So in the battle between him and Gu Qianchuan said that Li Tianlan's power was incredible, but he didn't care. But this punch had gone beyond the scope of great power, at least beyond the scope of wind and thunder veins. Can wind and thunder veins do this? Gu Xingyun suddenly turned his head and looked at Wang Tianzong subconsciously. I can't. Wang Tianzong nodded. His son, Wang Xingxiao, also had wind and thunder veins. But even if his wind and thunder veins evolved to the highest level, it was difficult to do this with pure power. Wang Xingxiao's wind and thunder veins were difficult to achieve, whether it was strength or the speed that Li Tianlan approached Gu Hanshan. In his impression, there was only one person in the invincible realm who could do this with one punch. His disciple, Dijiang with double thunder veins. Li Tianlan also did this. What did this mean? His physique has improved. Wang Tianzong took a deep breath and said faintly, this is double wind and thunder veins. 2 chapters of about 8,000 words in a row. I want to ask for a monthly ticket. Ahem, brothers, please support me crazily. The word, crazily support, is really good. Chapter 382. Today's second big chapter. There will be a bigger one at noon. Don't miss it, it was impossible. This was the first reaction in Gu Xingyun's mind. There was no saying that physique determined everything in the dark world, but there were indeed a few special phenomena that were truly unique in practicing martial arts. Martial arts was the combination of body and will. The heavenly king heart was the easiest to temper the firmest will. The wind and thunder veins were the easiest to break through the limit in physical strength. This was the most precious congenital condition. Dual wind and thunder veins? Gu Xingyun had never thought of this concept, let alone heard of it. Tribulation with dual wind veins went further and further in the chi-controlling realm. He didn't enter the ice-condensing realm, the fire-flaming realm, or the thunder-shocking realm. Finally, when he was the closest to the invincible realm, he directly slaughtered the supreme ninja of East Island. That was the most awe-inspiring king of shadow on the killer list. Dijiang with dual thunder veins from the Wang family of Beihai had been in the world for less than 3 years, but he led the Tiannan Freedom Corps and shocked the whole dark world countless times. Before Tribulation and Dijiang entered the invincible realm, they were enough to make experts of the invincible realm feel like facing a formidable enemy. The strongest features of the two were concentrated in Li Tianlan. Dual wind veins. Dual thunder veins. This was equivalent to the potential of 2 Wang Xingxiao. How terrifying would the 4 meridians in Li Tianlan's body expand his potential? Absolute power, absolute speed. As long as Gu Xingyun thought about the future Li Tianlan, he felt a headache and even fear. The future was illusory. Gu Xingyun was very realistic. But in his current state, he really had to think about it. It could be predicted that in the next few years, his injury could not be fully recovered. And Gu Qianchuan did not have the strength to check and balance Li Tianlan. Li Shi had this ability, but Gu Xingyun did not dare to fully believe in her position. Without the suppression of absolute force, a few years later, when his injury recovered, how terrifying would Li Tianlan be? Gu Xingyun's body trembled instinctively. He didn't want to admit his fear, but he was more and more sad in his heart. He suddenly found that in this situation, when the future deadly threat of Kunlun City rose under his eyes, the only thing he could expect was Wang Tianzong's courage. The Sword Emperor held a sword in his hand, facing the eyes of the world, the 40,000 elites of the Border Praetorian Corps, and the Dongqing clan. Did he dare to kill Li Tianlan with his sword? It wasn't that he didn't dare. But he needed support. But Wang Tianzong was seriously injured and surrounded by the army of the Dongqing clan. The last thing Gu Xingyun could give Wang Tianzong today was support. The future of Zhongzhou State is going to be lively. Gu Xingyun lowered his head, and his hoarse voice was filled with unconcealable unwillingness and anger. He laughed at himself and said, "Dual wind and thunder veins. With a sword in hand, I believe I can pierce through the sky." "I believe it too." Wang Tianzong nodded and said calmly, "But he has no chance." Dongqing Wudi, who was sitting next to them, turned to look at Wang Tianzong with indifferent eyes. "What does Tianzong mean?" "Boring." Wang Tianzong shook his head. "The future of Zhongzhou State may be very exciting and lively. I don't think it has anything to do with Li Tianlan." He grasped Listen to the sea beside him and slowly stood up. The world could not see Wang Tianzong. But all the eyes in the stands were focused on Wang Tianzong in an instant. Below the viewing platform, the vast and mighty army of 40,000 suddenly stood still, their killing intent soaring into the sky. Dongqing Wudi was not angry or irritable. He just looked at Wang Tianzong quietly. His eyes were indifferent and determined. It was a determination that would not compromise in the slightest. Wang Tianzong smiled softly. He looked down at the neat and tidy army of 40,000 soldiers. There was a sea of people as far as the eye could see. "I won't kill him," Wang Tianzong whispered, "but he shouldn't have such brilliance. The Li family shouldn't have either." Dual wind and thunder veins. In Emperor Hall, Mount Dibbing. The conversation, which seemed to be chatting, negotiating, and confronting, was still going on. Summer Solstice saw the legendary night walking that only existed in the Invincible Manual. He saw Li Tianlan's punch, which could be said to be able to swallow mountains and rivers. On the screen, countless swords and figures were flying in the storm of power. Blood rushed into the woods with smoke and dust, and a passage hundreds of meters long appeared in the woods. In the punch full of death and destruction, Summer Solstice could only see power. The fierce power that could crush everything. "Is he handsome?" Qin Weibai's eyes were a little dazed. In her sight, Li Tianlan was floating in the air, expressionless. At this moment, there seemed to be only endless coldness and majesty all over his body. So familiar, so strange. The sword light, the crowd, the woods, and even heaven and earth were all shattered and dissipated under his punch. They were vulnerable. He stood quietly in the air, and everything around him seemed to be like ants. Qin Weibai smiled. Her delicate and dreamy face was full of happiness and happiness. Her eyebrows and eyes were curved. At this moment, Qin Weibai was no longer a cold goddess high above. She seemed to gather all the beauty and joy in the world invisibly. That was a smiling face that no one dared to look at. She finally saw what she wanted to see. She carefully pushed the chess pieces on the chessboard, and the result did not disappoint her. "Goodbye." Qin Weibai stood up with a soft smile. Summer Solstice froze for a moment and squinted at Qin Weibai. "The maneuver is not over yet," she said. "It's over." As early as the beginning, the moment Tianlan entered the maneuver area, it was over. Now, it's just that all accidents have been eliminated. Qin Weibai shook her head. "Tianzong is still in the Sky Academy." Summer Solstice stared into Qin Weibai's eyes. Qin Weibai's smile slowly faded, and she finally said calmly, "So what?" She pointed to the stack of materials on the table. Summer Solstice had finished reading the materials. Qin Weibai didn't lie. This was a threat, the most direct, naked, and undisguised threat. "I'll give it to you," Qin Weibai said, then turned and walked out of Emperor Hall. Until this moment, she was really sure that everything had a result. A new era was coming. No force could suppress Li Tianlan and East Emperor Palace. The Wang family of Beihai couldn't. Neither could the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou State. Summer solstice didn't go through the materials on the table again, nor did she give it to Qin Weibai. Her eyes fell on the screen again. On the screen, Jiang Shangyu and Gu Hanshan stood together. When all the elites were wiped out, the two tried to get close to Wang Xingxiao. Wang Xingxiao still stood quietly. The sharp sword energy around him became more and more violent. The thick and sticky sword intent filled every inch of space, completely wrapping Wang Xingxiao in the center. In the beginning, it was undulating like waves. Now, the sea-like sword energy was roaring like a tide. Gu Hanshan and Jiang Shangyu tried to get close, but they couldn't get close to him in the sea-like sword intent. Gu Hanshan seemed to realize something. His face changed, and he quickly opened his mouth and shouted. The thick, statue-like firmament moved slightly. Summer solstice couldn't hear what Gu Hanshan was saying. But she saw the sword edge of the shaking firmament. The low-key and almost unknown expert at the peak of the invincible realm sighed softly. She felt that her son had done a good job today. But she would not ignore one fact. That was, except for the sword intent that deceived all the people on the scene. Li Tianlan had not drawn his sword so far. Are you crazy? When he couldn't even get close to Wang Xingxiao, Gu Hanshan finally realized what Wang Xingxiao was doing. His face turned a little pale in an instant. He looked at Wang Xingxiao, who was extremely quiet with his eyes closed. Gu Hanshan couldn't believe it. Li Tianlan floated quietly in the air. More than half of the 6 teams were dead or injured. The maneuver had come to this point, and it was already the last moment. Li Tianlan's heart was calm and indifferent. His aura had always been stable at an optimal balance point, neither high nor low, without any ups and downs. He held the branch that had been broken at the beginning of the maneuver in his hand, and a few green branches and leaves trembled slightly. He was as illusory as a gust of wind, but he was as real as the sun in the sky, with tranquility and heat that could burn everything. He was motionless. He waited in silence. He waited for Wang Xingxiao's strongest blow, and for Gu Hanshan and Jiang Shangyu to join hands. The whole world had seen his sword, and it should also see his strength. He didn't think about the so-called Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou State and the Sword God of Zhongzhou State. Now he was standing here, facing his opponents. He waited for his opponent's strongest blow, and then completely crushed all their counterattacks with the strongest sword. From today on, he was the chosen one. There was no prefix of young. There was no suffix of one. The chosen one was the chosen one. The sword was the sword, and martial arts was martial arts. He has more courage than you. Whether it's facing the enemy or finding your own path, you're far behind. Li Tianlan said in a flat tone. I'm just more sober and calm than him. Gu Hanshan gritted his teeth and said coldly. His body was penetrated by Li Tianlan's sword. At this time, his whole body was tense, but the wound was getting worse, and blood had dyed his legs red. Under such circumstances, he still didn't quit the maneuver. Gu Hanshan didn't think he lacked courage. Calm. Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows. Under the eyes of the world, your calmness is cowardice. You lost the maneuver, lost your courage, and lost your boldness. When the glory of Kunlun City is gone, your heavenly king heart is a joke. I don't think what he said is wrong. A voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Gu Hanshan's words. Jiang Shangyu slowly took a step forward. What do you mean? Gu Hanshan asked with a frown. He's very strong. Jiang Shangyu didn't look at Gu Hanshan, but at Li Tianlan. None of us is his opponent. But no matter how strong he is, he's not invincible. We still have a chance to win. I don't care about this maneuver, but I have to get back the dignity and confidence that he broke. I don't want to give up my courage when I still have a chance to win. He glanced at Gu Hanshan. Your conservatism may be calmness. But I think it's cowardice if you don't fight. I'll give you a chance. Li Tianlan's tone was calm, but it was full of absolute confidence. You will all be under my feet today. After today, my opponents will no longer be you. Arrogant. Gu Hanshan's face was livid. Jiang Shangyu didn't speak. He just took a deep look at Li Tianlan, suddenly laughed, and walked directly to Wang Xingxiao. His body became hazy, and a faint blue light enveloped his whole body. Jiang Shangyu's aura began to rise wildly, twisting the space and tearing the ground. His figure was extremely heavy. Why? Gu Hanshan finally couldn't help asking. Jiang Shangyu's figure paused, and he said flatly, for victory. He didn't care about Li Tianlan's future threat, because it had nothing to do with him. He was willing to pay the price he could. All of this was because of his most determined state of mind, and victory. The roaring sword energy around Wang Xingxiao suddenly calmed down completely. It was like the sea after a tsunami, calm and still, but more dangerous. Jiang Shangyu walked into the sword intent of Wang Xingxiao. His steps were extremely difficult, but he didn't flinch. The starlight illuminated the sword intent like the sea. The quiet and still sword energy began to shine. Gu Hanshan's face changed. He hesitated several times, but finally didn't move. He didn't want to pay a big price. In his opinion, both Wang Xingxiao and Jiang Shangyu were fools. The two fools stood side by side in the sword intent and starlight all over the sky. Wang Xingxiao, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened his eyes. He held the heavy sword of firmament with both hands. The heavy sword trembled in his hands. The sword energy all over the sky faded away, like a receding tide, and disappeared in an instant. Wang Xingxiao stood there. One man and one sword. It was simple. His momentum kept rising, but his essence, qi, and spirit began to slowly decline. In everyone's sight, Wang Xingxiao's short hair lost its luster, and eventually turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a snowstorm falling on his head. But his aura was unprecedentedly calm and powerful. Wang Xingxiao laughed. With his white hair, his smile was bright. I have one more sword. Good sword. Li Tianlan's calm eyes finally became serious. But it's not enough. What about me? Jiang Shangyu suddenly asked. His essence, qi, and spirit were also weakening. His aura kept rising, as if he had broken through his limit in an instant. Martial arts cultivation, from the very beginning to climb toward the invincible realm, constantly breaking realms and becoming stronger, was to pursue more extreme destructive power. In the case that he couldn't break through for the time being, he seemed to have the extreme character of the Wang family of Beihai. Wang Xingxiao took the opposite approach. So did Jiang Shangyu. They didn't break through realms. They were lowering their realms. After all, Jiang Shangyu's sacrifice was a little small. Wang Xingxiao was completely gambling. He took a big step back. From then on, he chased Li Tianlan's back. Under great pressure, he only had this sword. A sword that represented his whole thunder-shocking realm. He used the whole thunder-shocking realm as the price. This was destined to be the strongest sword that he had lowered his realm in his life. No matter whether he won or lost. This was all his fighting will. The road of martial arts was sailing against the current. Advancing a realm was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Wasn't retreating a realm as difficult as ascending to heaven? Wang Xingxiao held the hilt tightly and took a step forward. The distance between the two was less than 100 meters. Wang Xingxiao kept moving forward. His speed was getting faster and faster. The heavy firmament sword trembled crazily in his hand, producing a whistling sound that almost tore one's eardrums. The distance of 100 meters was covered in an instant. Wang Xingxiao turned into a bolt of lightning. This moment was the peak of his life. His mind was quiet. There was no victory or defeat, no future, no fetters. There was only his sword in his mind. His sword did not bring about lightning, nor did it bring about raging flames, nor did it bring about a gale. There was not even a sword chi. Everything disappeared on his heavy sword. A sword was a sword. Wang Xingxiao suddenly felt extremely relaxed, and his essence, qi, and spirit seemed to be constantly sublimating. He didn't use the 6 paths of reincarnation of the Wang family of Beihai in the dark world, nor did he use any unique skill. This sword was just a straight thrust. He didn't think about anything, so he stabbed forward with indomitable will. Wang Xingxiao followed him closely. In the end, Gu Hanshan, who didn't choose to lower his realm, also rushed up. In silence, Wang Xingxiao's sword came to Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan's body floated upward. His body kept rising, higher and higher. The branch trembled in the high sky. Wang Xingxiao was also rising. Boom! Without a sound, the entire training area was suddenly filled with a loud noise that shook the heavens and the earth. There was still no sword energy or sword light on the firmament. But as the sword went up, everything within a radius of hundreds of meters in the whole maneuver area suddenly rose. The broken tree trunks, the muddy pond, the scattered leaves, the flying dust, the ruins of the teaching block and the warehouse, and countless boulders flew up crazily under the sword. This required not only sword intent, but also speed and strength. Everything on the ground was rolled up and smashed toward Li Tianlan, covering the sky and earth. Wang Xingxiao held the sword quietly and still stabbed forward. The simplest and most direct. In the stands, seeing this scene, a soft smile finally crossed Wang Xingxiao's eyes. This seemingly ordinary sword was not a unique skill, but it was already better than a unique skill. With this sword alone, Wang Tianzong felt that he didn't come in vain. The sword light was getting faster and faster. Li Tianlan was getting higher and higher. The maneuver area was getting smaller and smaller. It was so small that the whole view of the maneuver area could be seen clearly, and the huge training ground and stands outside the maneuver area could be seen. Li Tianlan saw Song Ci, who had given up, rushing out of the sky in the woods. Her long sword rushed over with sharp sword light. She was also lowering her realm. Song Ci was desperate, gentle and decisive. The sun was still shining, but the sky was getting dark. Gu Hanshan fully launched the 10th unique domain. Starlight lit up in the 10th unique domain. The heavy sword firmament passed through the darkness and stabbed straight forward in the starlight. Song Ci, who had broken out to the limit, rushed into the pseudo-domain at the same time, with unparalleled sword light, like a meteor cutting through the night sky. There were no other enemies in Li Tianlan's eyes. Gu Hanshan didn't lower his realm. But in addition to Wang Xingxiao and Jiang Shangyu, there was Song Ci, who was also lowering her realm. The 3 of them joined forces and became a private one. This blow completely surpassed the domain formed by the 3's previous strongest blow. Li Tianlan finally lifted the branch in his hand. Wang Xingxiao's sword finally stabbed Li Tianlan. Everything happened in a second. In the blink of an eye. Wang Xingxiao's extremely powerful aura suddenly fell to the bottom. But the sword intent that he had accumulated and compressed to the extreme, along with all his strength and physical strength, poured out in the most hysterical way at the same time in this second. The sword intent went away, and the sword energy surrounded the heavy sword firmament. The pseudo-domain and the starry sky shook at the same time. A black spot appeared high in the sky. The black spot expanded in an instant and became a huge vortex with a diameter of hundreds of meters in an instant. The vortex spun wildly. Endless sword chi with the most naked and crazy destructive aura poured down crazily. The sword energy penetrated the pseudo-domain and the space. The space of hundreds of meters was completely twisted and shattered, and the air was mottled. This straight stab seemed to really tear the sky. This was an all-out sword strike. At the cost of the entire thunder-shocking realm. After this sword strike, Wang Xingxiao would return to the peak of the fire-flaming realm. But the power of this sword strike was infinitely close to the real combat capability of the invincible realm. The sword energy broke out endlessly, vast and mighty in the sky, and never stopped. The pseudo-domain began to compress desperately. The starlight diffused and gathered into the shadow of a fist. Song Ci, who was also lowering her realm and bursting out with all her strength, screamed and slashed at Li Tianlan. The sky became completely chaotic. Li Tianlan's body was stained with blood. But his expression was still calm and calm. He put the branch upright in front of him. It was as beautiful as raising a sword. In the mottled sky, his figure seemed to disappear in an instant. He was in everyone's line of sight, but he was as illusory as an illusion. But the branch in his hand, which had never had a sense of existence, became more real than ever. This was Li Tianlan's sword. His swordsmanship. The sword strike with all his strength was also the most perfect sword strike he had so far. This was the only comprehensive move in his swordsmanship that he could fully master. It was the combination of cutting the sky and breaking the sea and other sword intents. Wang Xingxiao's sword converged everything and became a pure sword. But Li Tianlan's sword became heaven and earth at this moment. A crisp green leaf broke away from the branch and kept flying in the distorted pseudo-domain. The moment the pseudo-domain collapsed, heaven and earth seemed to close without reservation. The whole world kept shrinking in the flying green leaf, getting smaller and smaller, squeezing everyone's space of activity. The green leaf kept swaying in the shrinking space, getting bigger and bigger, almost occupying everyone's vision. The pattern of the leaf became clearer and clearer, with the flowing sword intent. The whole world was extremely quiet, as if only this leaf was left. In the silent darkness, the light that filled everyone's consciousness suddenly bloomed. The speed of the leaf suddenly accelerated, crazily flowing with the sword intent that contained nothingness but also everything. The world was unprecedentedly quiet. The mountains, rivers, seas, and the so-called majestic grandeur were all pulled down infinitely, so much so that everything seemed so illusory. Everything seemed to be frozen in the most illusory moment of the flying leaves until eternity. This sword strike was completely separated from the 24 moves of sword. This was a swordsmanship that had never appeared in the dark world. This was Li Tianlan's strongest move now. The eternal silence of mountains and rivers. The leaf passed through the quiet and shrinking world, suddenly speeding up in the seemingly far distance, with a touch of irresistible sword energy, real and illusory. Clang! The leaf hit the huge heavy sword of firmament. The dark and solid middle was torn by a fragile leaf. The whole heavy sword was full of cracks, and a leaf-shaped hole appeared on the tip of the sword. The leaf continued to drift, directly passing through Wang Xingxiao's abdomen, penetrating Song Ci, shattering the sword wound on Gu Hanshan, and finally rushed out of Wang Xingxiao's body. Blood splashed, dripping with dark red blood. Li Tianlan, whose body was also stained with blood, shook his arm. In an instant, all the leaves on the branch in his hand flew up at the same time. The world seemed to compress the real and the illusory again, and the purest darkness instantly lit up. The world seemed to be shrinking. A big hand appeared in the shrinking world. The big hand opened. All the leaves of Li Tianlan hit the palm of the big hand one by one, and then they were casually crushed into powder by the big hand. A huge pressure pressed everyone down wildly from the sky and straight to the ground. Li Tianlan was pressed down. But his expression was still as calm as water. Under the forever silent world, he defeated Wang Xingxiao, Jiang Shangyu, Gu Hanshan, and Song Ci. In the end, the patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai, the sword emperor of Zhongzhou state, appeared in front of him and casually broke his strongest sword intent. Li Tianlan looked at Wang Tianzong indifferently. Wang Tianzong stood in front of the 4 young people behind him. He looked down at his palm. The sun fell on his hand, and a drop of blood gradually appeared in his palm, dreamy and magnificent. Wang Tianzong's eyes narrowed. Chapter 383. Wang Tianzong didn't hide anything. His palm appeared on the huge screen in front of the stand. A few green leaves that were still green but no longer sharp fell from his hand. He stared down at the drop of blood in his palm. His hand was full of sunlight. The sunlight shone in the blood, with dreamy crystal. Through the screen, everyone saw the blood in the Sword Emperor's hand. Everyone felt incredible. There was an uproar and shock. But after thinking about it carefully, no one knew what they were shocked about. The world was silent forever. The sword covered the world, and all the light turned into darkness. The world was silent and empty. Only a few green leaves drifted with sword intent, and finally hit Wang Tianzong's palm with a drop of blood. This was undoubtedly the most powerful peak sword move in the younger generation. What on earth should they be shocked about? Looking at Wang Tianzong's palm, everyone didn't know whether to be shocked by Li Tianlan's strength or to sigh that Wang Tianzong was too strong. The unprecedented sword brought out a drop of blood in Wang Tianzong's palm. It seemed to be glory, but also like humiliation. The shock in everyone's heart became complicated. A touch of sword intent surged in Wang Tianzong's palm. The sword intent wrapped the drop of blood dripped from his fingers and fell on the green leaves under his feet. The small invisible wound in his palm had begun to heal. Wang Tianzong lowered his head and was silent for a long time. The entire maneuver area completely froze with his silence. Li Tianlan and Wang Tianzong stood face to face. Wang Xingxiao and Song Ci lay together. Gu Hanshan and Jiang Shangyu lay together. Both of them were in a coma. Li Tianlan didn't say a word. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but he couldn't. Wang Tianzong's sword intent was condensed, but it was invisible and intangible, firmly locking him in place. It was indescribable and irresistible sword intent that could easily tear him apart. Li Tianlan stood quietly, restrained his sharpness, and even completely restrained his calmness and indifference. His body was like a piece of lifeless dead wood, looking a little fake. Wang Tianzong raised his head and looked at Li Tianlan with playful eyes. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Tianlan bowed slightly. The invisible and intangible sword intent bound everything around him. Li Tianlan didn't dare to bend too much. His eyes were looking at the ground as he bent over. In the face of absolute martial power, his talent and sword principle were unprecedentedly powerless. He couldn't even give the most respectful salute. Salutation was not free. The corner of Li Tianlan's mouth twitched violently. He did not reveal the slightest bit of anger, but the way he looked at the ground became extremely obscure. Interesting. Wang Tianzong looked at Li Tianlan. His eyes were deep like the sea. Even though they were calm and gentle, they were still awe-inspiring. But it is still not enough. He continued. Li Tianlan straightened up and looked into Wang Tianzong's eyes. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. He moved his eyes away and looked at the four opponents who were protected by Wang Tianzong and were now in a coma. For them, it's enough. Li Tianlan said. It's not enough for me. Wang Tianzong's voice was indifferent and clear. What was clear was his attitude. Li Tianlan's body tightened little by little. The air was filled with sword intent, but there was no killing intent. But Wang Tianzong's, "not enough for me," was enough to explain everything. There was a sound of air breaking in the woods behind him. Three figures passed through the passage in the woods that was blasted out by Li Tianlan's punch at the fastest speed and finally stood between Wang Tianzong and Li Tianlan. Zhuang Huayang, Dongchen Wudi, and Cool Breeze, the director of the political department of the Sky Academy and the top assassin of Sai City. In terms of martial arts, these were just three experts who had not entered the invincible realm. But in terms of the general trend, these three people represented the academics, the giant group, and Sai City respectively on such an occasion. The three rushed over as soon as Wang Tianzong disappeared, and it was not until now that they arrived at the scene. Seeing Li Tianlan standing there safe and sound, the three almost breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Wang Tianzong's eyebrows suddenly raised, like a long sword out of its sheath. He had been calm before, but at this moment, as he raised his eyebrows, Wang Tianzong suddenly became extremely strong and fierce. "Get out of the way," Wang Tianzong said blandly. "Your Majesty, why do you have to do this? The maneuver of the two academies is a stage for young people. Now the result is clear, please respect the rules of the maneuver of the two academies, Your Majesty. Zhuang Huayang said seriously. After Li Tianlan's sword intent was torn apart. Before Wang Xingshao and others lowered their realms to attack. In that short period of time, Zhuang Huayang had received a call from the chief. What one hears may be false, but seeing is believing. Li Tianlan's combat capability and potential were now seen by everyone in public. For the academics, who had high hopes for Li Tianlan, they had to show a clear attitude of support at this time. You can't stop me. Wang Tianzong took a step forward. The sword energy around Li Tianlan slowly shrank, and the three experts standing in front of Li Tianlan felt an overwhelming sense of oppression pouncing on them at the same time. Dongqing Wudi took a step forward. He was expressionless, but his eyes seemed to be burning with flames, fierce and resolute. War? He asked straightforwardly. On the grandstand, in front of everyone, he mobilized 40,000 troops, and at the same time used the power of Wang Wantian, the new commander of the Eastern Theater of Operations, to restrain the high-level officials of the Eastern Theater of Operations. He had already said the consequences if Wang Tianzong dared to take action. Wang Tianzong dared to break the rules, and Dongqing Wudi dared to do whatever he could. As long as he touched Li Tianlan, it would be an endless war between the army headquarters and the Wang family of Beihai. That was Dongqing Wudi's overall situation. I won't kill him. Wang Tianzong took a deep look at Dongqing Wudi and said slowly, I just think he is more suitable to be an ordinary person. It's good for everyone. Dongqing Wudi moved forward again. He asked the same question in the same tone and content. War? Facing the strongest sword emperor in the dark world, Dongqing Wudi's attitude became more and more tough and aggressive. Wang Tianzong looked at his face. He observed for half a minute, and then suddenly laughed. Listen to the sea trembled slightly in his hand. Wang Tianzong's thumb pushed the hilt of the sword. The bright blade was unsheathed inch by inch. It's war, he said. Whether it was his eyes or his expression, there was no room for refusal. Not killing Li Tianlan was his biggest compromise and concession. But Wang Tianzong did not think it was necessary to preserve his combat capability. Li Tianlan was still alive. In such a war, how much justice could the Dongqing clan occupy? The pupils of the Dongqing clan members suddenly contracted. He saw the unchangeable determination in Wang Tianzong's eyes. But he also had reasons not to compromise. Li Tianlan had to be alive, and his martial arts could not be damaged at all. Otherwise, what was the point of the giant group's years of planning? Your Majesty, Sai City is only a few hundred miles away from the Wang family of Beihai. It's very close. Cool Breeze's voice was soft, as if he was reminding him, but his expression was also extremely determined. Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud. They were the two top assassins known as the Double Walls of Sai City. They could get to where they were today not only by force. They also had ability. At least on such an occasion, Cool Breeze stood here, and he was qualified to represent the entire Sai City. Sai City was only a few hundred miles away from Beihai Province. This distance was within the shooting range of medium-range missiles. The top assassins of Sai City could cross this distance within a day. Cool Breeze's words were short, but the meaning was very meaningful and rich. Wang Tianzong was still laughing. The most impression that the Sword Emperor left to Zhongzhou State and the Dark World was his calm and silent face, which made people not know what he was thinking. He was handsome when he smiled, with a unique charm of an old man, and looked very warm. But in Cool Breeze's eyes, this smile carried a kind of unspeakable danger. He was tense all over and was about to move. Wang Tianzong had already taken a step forward. The sword energy around Li Tianlan suddenly expanded and filled a straight line between them. In an instant, Cool Breeze only felt that there was a mountain on his body. As far as his eyes could see, the forest on the ground was constantly rising, and the sky and the scorching sun were suddenly far away. Messy smoke and dust rose up and fluttered down. Cool Breeze's vision was in a violent trance, and he noticed the sharp pain in his body. The endless sense of oppression squeezed him from all directions, and for a moment, it was extremely difficult for him to even move a little finger. Cool breeze suddenly woke up. Heaven and earth were still heaven and earth. Never rising, never far away. It was his body that fell. The sword intense surged. The heavy sword pressure was on him. When Wang Tianzong's foot fell, Cool Breeze's whole body was directly pressed into the ground. His bones and muscles were intact, but most of his body was pressed into the ground, leaving only his head on the ground. Cool Breeze opened his eyes in astonishment. He couldn't look up. In his sight, he could only see Wang Tianzong's shoes. I don't accept threats. Wang Tianzong looked down at Cool Breeze. He was really condescending. Cool Breeze's face turned red in an instant. He wanted to get angry, but Wang Tianzong's eyes had fallen directly on Li Tianlan. His eyes were deep, dangerous, and indifferent, like a goshawk staring at a hare. Your Majesty. Zhuang Huayang gritted his teeth. Get out. Wang Tianzong said lightly. He walked past Cool Breeze and didn't even look at Zhuang Huayang. Zhuang Huayang's eyes narrowed tightly. Anger. Humiliation. These were not the most important things. He was in his 70s and had experienced too many ups and downs in his life. A word, get out, was far from enough to make him lose his composure. What he felt most intuitively was Wang Tianzong's determination. This maneuver made the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City truly realize the infinite possibilities and great threats of Li Tianlan in the future. Wang Tianzong broke the rules, trampled on everything, ignored the general trend, and made it clear that he wanted to completely disable Li Tianlan. Dongqing Wudi's face, which had always been extremely calm, gradually twisted, became ferocious, and became crazy. The big screen in front of the stand was still on. Dongqing Wudi raised his hand. His palm was steady and determined. Today in Huading, he was ready to bear all the consequences. So now he dared to do anything. Wang Tianzong was the best in the world. He dared to trample on the rules to disable Li Tianlan, but Dongqing Wudi did not believe that he dared to completely ignore Zhongzhou State and hurt a director of the decision-making committee. Wang Tianzong had made up his mind. He wanted war. Dongqing Wudi would give him war. In the sun, in the shadow of the woods, Dongqing Wudi suddenly closed his palm, clenched his fist, and waved it hard. In front of the stand, the 40,000 iron-blooded elites of the Border Control Corps saw this scene clearly. This gesture only meant a military order in the Border Control Corps. All-out attack. At all costs. Major General Li Zhonghu of the Blood Battalion of the Border Control Corps suddenly roared at the top of his voice. The moment the 40,000 troops stood at attention, a hoarse roar that hurt their throats because it was too violent suddenly sounded, shaking the sky. Border Control Corps. Advance. Li Zhonghu of the Blood Battalion. Sun Mengran of the Pegasus Battalion. Guan Zhengjie of the Wild Sand Battalion. Wu Junyu of the Black Dragon Battalion. The four highest generals present in the 40,000 troops sprinted at full speed. They took the lead. The military was in front. The soldiers were behind. The almost boundless army began to charge at the same time, without hesitation. The heavy footsteps were like muffled thunder that shook the Sky Academy one after another. They were irritable and fanatical. The 40,000 troops surged toward the maneuver area at the fastest speed. The crowd turned into a huge wave in an instant. The entire Sky Academy trembled and shook in the charge of the 40,000 troops. Dust was flying all over the sky. The high platform kept shaking. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with a pale face. Looking at the most elite army of Zhongzhou State rushing forward without hesitation to the most powerful sword emperor of Zhongzhou State, Zhou Xuanji was stunned. They risked their lives. The fighter jets and helicopters that took off from the Sky Academy began to dive. One tank after another rushed out of the arsenal. The momentum was great. No compromise, no retreat. No rest until one of them died. Wang Tianzong clearly heard the charge and roar of the 40,000 troops in the Sky Academy, clearly felt the violent vibration of the earth, and clearly saw the fighter jets that began to dive here in the sky. Wang Tianzong suddenly felt grateful to the Samsara Palace. Thanks to the deep sea near the Samsara Palace. If it were him a few days ago, even if he could retreat today, it would be extremely difficult for him to deal with today's situation. In the silent and heavy deep sea, he brought up a 10,000-meter-long sword that went straight to the ninth heaven. That sword was enough to overturn the whole world. Logically speaking, he took another half a step forward in the pinnacle of his realm. So for him, Li Tianlan's sword intent was not enough. 40,000 troops were not enough. There were not enough fighter jets in the sky. The sword listened to the sea was slowly unsheathed in his hand. The wisps of sword energy were as heavy as mountains, surging like the sea, and as high as the sky. The sword energy was not strong. But it was perfect. It was natural. Li Tianlan stood in the center of the sword energy, as if to isolate himself from the whole world. There was no sound, no scenery, and no figure around. It was all light. Pure light. Endless light. The light shook gently. Li Tianlan, who had almost won the team maneuver with a perfect victory, suddenly burst out a lot of blood all over his body. His face turned pale in an instant. His straightened body seemed to be under immense pressure, and all the bones in his body were contracting. Li Tianlan's eyes were quiet and calm. The great pain was getting stronger and stronger. The heavy sword intent seemed to crush everything in him. He stood where he was with all his strength. He didn't retreat. He didn't bend down. If today was the end of his life, he would always maintain the most arrogant posture, give the world a memorable victory, and also give the world the most wonderful ending. Wang Tianzong felt Li Tianlan's pride and tenacity. He smiled gently. There was no mockery, no playfulness, no emotion, and no melancholy. It was just a pure smile. It's useless. He said, if I want to kill you, no one can stop me. I can stop you. Li Tianlan said softly. His voice was stable, but under the severe pain, his voice was a little weak and hoarse. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Li Tianlan looked at Wang Tianzong calmly. How old are you this year? Wang Tianzong froze for a moment. In my 50s. It's really half of my life. Li Tianlan asked and answered his own question. In the wildly rolling sword intent, Li Tianlan struggled to raise his hand. Copious amounts of fresh blood sprayed down as he raised his hand, and a bone-deep wound suddenly appeared on his arm. Li Tianlan's expression was quiet and almost numb. In the sprinkling of blood, he flicked his fingers. Puff! A dull and subtle sound sounded directly behind Wang Tianzong, with a few extremely suppressed muffled groans. Wang Tianzong turned around without scruples. His pupils instantly condensed. In his sight, Wang Xingxiao, Song Xiai, Jiang Shangyu, and Gu Hanshan had woken up from a coma. As Li Tianlan flicked his fingers. In an instant, the illusory sword qi rushed out from various parts of their bodies, causing blood to blossom into the sky. Arms, legs, abdomens, eyes, noses, and mouths. Blood was gushing everywhere. Wang Xingxiao, who was the most seriously injured, directly fell to the bottom at the moment when the sword intent broke out, and his eyes became dim. There was a flash of hesitation in Wang Tianzong's eyes. He looked back at Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan's expression was still calm, but his eyes flashed with a ferocious, crazy, and somewhat hysterical grin. He saw the hesitation in Wang Tianzong's eyes. But he had no intention of negotiating at all. If these chips couldn't stop Wang Tianzong's attack, Wang Tianzong also couldn't stop the destructive sword energy that Li Tianlan had left in the bodies of Wang Xingxiao and the other three. His body was getting closer and closer. The four people who came to their senses kept twitching. The sword energy surged faster and faster, and the four people were all covered with blood. Wang Xingxiao gritted his teeth, and his eyes were in a trance and dim. Among the four, Gu Hanshan, who should have been the most strong-willed, was the first to scream. Help me! Help me! Hurry up, help me! He looked up and fell to the ground powerlessly, howling desperately. Fountains of blood rose in his eyes one after another. All of them were his own blood. Not bad. Wang Tianzong's eyes calmed down again. Is it enough? Li Tianlan said coldly. Not enough. Wang Tianzong lowered his eyelids and said indifferently. Li Tianlan laughed. He didn't think about Wang Tianzong's attitude, so Li Tianlan wouldn't be surprised by any of his attitudes. I will die. Li Tianlan said calmly, but the four of them, one by one, will go with me today. Wang Xingshao is very good. Your Majesty, after he leaves, can you cultivate such an excellent son in more than 20 years? You seem to have forgotten one thing. Wang Tianzong looked at Li Tianlan and smiled. The thing that saved your life 3 years ago came from the Wang family of Beihai. Have you forgotten? 3 years ago, Li Tianlan's eyes flashed. The thing that saved his life 3 years ago was the dragon vein of Zhongzhou state. But Wang Tianzong didn't mean that. If he went further, immortality. Immortality potion. Li Tianlan glanced at the four young people behind Wang Tianzong and sneered slightly. For immortality? Your Majesty is really generous. One is enough. Wang Tianzong said coldly. Under such an injury, Song Xiai wouldn't die. Maybe her martial arts would be destroyed, but the probability of death was not high. He now had an immortality, and he would give it to Wang Xingshao. As for Gu Hanshan and Jiang Shangyu, what did it have to do with him? You can't stop me. Wang Tianzong took another step forward. In the increasingly fierce sword energy, Li Tianlan suddenly laughed. Bring it on. Until they walked down Mount Dibing. Qin Weibai never told Lin Fengting about her conversation with Summer Solstice. Lin Fengting was not more interested in this. He was more concerned about the result of the maneuver of Zhongzhou state. 1. Lin Fengting asked. 1. Qin Weibai nodded. Tianlan is very strong now, but I didn't see the end. Lin Fengting paused and looked at Qin Weibai. Aren't you worried? Of course. Qin Weibai smiled. I want to see the end, too. But I'm afraid that Summer Solstice will lose her temper and refuse to compromise in front of me. Wang Tianzong will give in, but women are often unreasonable. If I don't stay there, she will have the idea of compromise. In this case, I'll take a step back. Lin Fengting vaguely guessed what the information in Qin Weibai's hand was. So Wang Tianzong's compromise was almost certain in his view. He just felt a little pity and a little lucky. His thoughts were so complicated that he didn't know what he was thinking. That information, Lin Fengting shook his head with some regret. I didn't expect to use it here. I didn't expect it either. Qin Weibai's eyes were shining with thinking. But it's good. Just in case, it's just right to use it here. She paused and said softly, I can't help him with everything. But that information can only be exchanged for a few months or half a year at most. Lin Fengting looked at Qin Weibai. Don't you think it's a pity? What about half a year later? Half a year later, Qin Weibai stretched herself. Her absolutely perfect body proportion seemed to have a layer of sacred light in the sun. Everything will be different then. Lin Fengting didn't speak. He just turned around quietly and looked at the Emperor Palace on the top of the mountain. Summer Solstice appeared at the top of the Emperor Palace, quietly looking in the direction where Qin Weibai left. There was confusion, helplessness, and a little relief in her eyes. It was extremely complicated. After thinking about it, she sighed and took out her mobile phone to call Wang Tianzong. Wang Tianzong had already walked in front of Li Tianlan. The sword energy that covered all the nearby space under the flat surface completely condensed as he moved forward. The condensed sword intent floated above Li Tianlan's head, with an obvious sense of destruction. I gave you a chance. Wang Tianzong looked into Li Tianlan's eyes. Do you regret it? Li Tianlan looked up at the sword energy above his head. Wang Xingxiao and the others were still surging with blood. Li Tianlan's eyes were a little regretful and unwilling, but they finally turned into calmness. If I don't die, it's no big deal to start all over again. He looked into Wang Tianzong's eyes and said blandly, even if I die, there must be someone to accompany me on the road to hell. Do it. Wang Tianzong looked at Li Tianlan. In silence, the sword intent above Li Tianlan's head began to spin wildly. A phone suddenly rang. Wang Tianzong froze, and his eyes subconsciously softened. In his mobile phone, only this phone was set with a special ringtone. So he knew who it was without looking. He knew that the other party was also watching the maneuver at this time. Since she called at this time, it meant that Wang Tianzong had to answer it. Wang Tianzong took out his mobile phone. There was only one word on the note on the screen. Solstice. Wang Tianzong pressed the answer button and softly said hello. Tianzong, Li Tianlan can't be touched. Summer Solstice's voice came over the phone. Wang Tianzong uttered a short syllable. Fengting just took Qin Weibai to Mount Dibbing. Summer Solstice lowered her voice. Qin Weibai left something. It's related to the whole of Beihai. Li Tianlan really can't be touched. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Tianzong, come back first. The consequences would be unimaginable. This was the second time Wang Tianzong had heard this sentence since he knew Summer Solstice. Shortly after he heard this sentence for the first time, the treason case of Zhongzhou State that had affected to this day took place in Zhongzhou State. Wang Tianzong silently hung up the phone. He didn't know what Qin Weibai left. But it was related to the whole of Beihai, and the consequences would be unimaginable. This had already given him a reason to restrain his killing intent. Enough. Wang Tianzong said calmly. The sword intent all over the sky disappeared in an instant. Li Tianlan withdrew his fingers. The four young masters behind Wang Tianzong suddenly stopped bleeding, and they were extremely weak. I'll remember this sword move first. Wang Tianzong said. The wind rose in the maneuver field. Wang Tianzong's figure gradually became transparent and faded in the sudden wind, and then disappeared completely. The figures of Wang Xingxiao, Song Xiai, Jiang Shangyu, and Gu Hanshan also disappeared with Wang Tianzong. Everything happened in a few seconds. The bodies of Gu Hanshan and Jiang Shangyu fell in front of Gu Xingyun in the air. Wang Tianzong did not appear. The majestic sword intent in the air crossed the sky and went all the way away. The 40,000 troops, who were about to rush into the maneuver area, stopped in front of the big screen. On the big screen, Wang Tianzong's figure disappeared. Li Tianlan still stood there quietly. Without that sword move, there would be no more war. Li Tianlan was silent for a long time before he slowly moved his body. He walked forward for a distance and pulled cool breeze, whose whole body was pressed into the ground, out of the ground. It's good that you're all right. Dongqing Wudi and Zhuang Huayang got rid of the sword intent and moved freely. They came to Li Tianlan immediately. Li Tianlan nodded thoughtfully. Let's go out first. Dongqing Wudi said. They walked along the passage that Li Tianlan punched out, passed by blood and corpses along the way, and finally walked out of the forest. The big screen was still standing. Countless people looked at Li Tianlan on the screen with complicated eyes. The 40,000 troops had been neatly lined up outside the forest. The fighters in the air began to disperse. But the iron-blooded killing intent that filled the sky still remained. Li Tianlan looked at them quietly, at these elite troops who were most loyal to the Dongqing clan. They obeyed Dongqing Wudi's military orders. They were willing to die for the marshal in their hearts, and they were also willing to die for him. The corner of Li Tianlan's mouth moved. He took a deep breath, raised his hand, and saluted. The 40,000 troops looked solemn and returned the salute at the same time. Li Tianlan, who was covered in blood, looked pale, but his spirit was abnormally abundant. Facing the vast and boundless phalanx in front of him, he bowed deeply. His soft but gentle voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Thank you, everyone." Major General Li Zhonghu of the Blood Battalion was stunned and subconsciously wanted to dodge. He looked up at Dongqing Wudi. Dongqing Wudi smiled and nodded slowly but firmly. Li Zhonghu, who was still saluting, put down his arm. The next second, in the horrified eyes of countless people, the 40,000 troops. The 40,000 people standing in front of Li Tianlan knelt on one knee in front of the young man who bowed deeply in front of them. The scene was completely frozen. It was so restless, so solemn, so solemn. It was like taking an oath. The neat voices of 40,000 people rang through the sky and echoed in the Sky Academy for a long time. "The Border Control Corps pays respect to Your Highness."